Morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Are you okay?
Where's Blitz?
No
I
idea.
just ran here. I haven't been here in 2 weeks, and I want to see Blitz. Okay, thank you.
You could try the Grand Hall. I think they're ready to break down. I'm concerned. Hi, Amaris. Arlo's gonna look kind of sad as he attends over here. Did she just teleported to me? Morning. Sorry.
I didn't expect to hear a voice from behind me. It scared me a bit.
Sorry, I was checking with the garden.
Nah, you're good.
Alrighty.
I didn't drop my hand. Nope.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Morning. Let's see how many times I crashed today. I hate to say that. So far, so good. Morning, y'all.
Menace is not a huge fan of the medical stuff.
Damn, dirty fast. I can't keep up.
Morning, Miss Reese.
Good morning, Arlo. Good morning.
That is true.
Oh, Professor, I haven't seen you in a bit. Welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Everything all right?
Just tired.
Is it me or is she floating?
Sorry, Arlo.
You're alright. Arlo, I don't think is that strong enough to help.
Arlo, you ain't by any chance grabbing that for Vivi, are you?
I'm sorry, say again?
I said, you ain't by any chance grabbing that for Vivi, are you?
What do you mean? What? I'm still
Are you
waiting.
grabbing that peach? Are you grabbing the peach for Vivi?
No, that's for me.
Okay, she wanted one. That's why she was asking.
Sorry, I'm just still waking
I
up.
didn't know if... Yeah, fine.
Like, I just, I heard the words, but for some reason my brain didn't process it. So I'm like, what?
Feeling a little sore. I don't blame you.
Yeah, I've been training, in the morning for past
Yeah, I could say about the same thing. Instead of my body, though, I've been training my mind, and my head hurt.
Communication, yeah, I've been cookery as well in there.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, it's good to see you up and about.
Hmm?
I said, it's good to see you
Yeah, I
up
know.
and about.
I know, yeah.
Are you deaf?
I hear you.
And there's Mr. Coe. Like I said, I'm enlisting the assistance of also virtues to more so aid on the angel part of the lesson. Since,
Sometimes creepy. The words that they choose.
what better
choose
way to
portray them
get
very
information
rather
about angels than from an
Sometimes
angel
it's like-
themselves?
Very true.
Well,
And also,
That's what happens
we
when they
already have a
believe
lesson
that
coming up anyway after
their
lunch.
words won't hold anything to their
Maybe we can
integrity.
segue into his.
I would have to agree, yes. But that is alright. It was only a subtle morning. I also did not expect too much.
Morning, Rupert.
Just like an actual animal, is that just a
That's
stuffed
good.
version of one?
I was not getting my hopes up, since it's
Quite familiar.
regardless of how many
I don't know.
where
There's
there is
things
value,
again that
wanted
haven't
to
seen it.
I give that a 10 out of 10 landing there, Cube.
going to be as I expected.
Thank you.
Very good landing.
Mine is just my bird.
A lot of energy today, Cube.
Some virtues have
As
the
a
same.
bird, I have a
Lots of energy.
Lots of it.
At least we both
Like I
live
said,
with
it is not the worst morning,
very
but
close to home.
I was getting
Literally.
a little hopeful, perhaps.
You also have see if virtues is
It's
fine
close.
assisting on the doppelganger section of the lesson as well. He is more knowledgeable on those than I am, also because I don't have a lot of notes.
Besides that, how was your morning?
I mean, after all, necessarily it's not.
Tired
really a race
notes,
that people
sentimental
really-
stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like we're having another race lesson.
It's a regular morning.
Angels and doppelgangers are two.
Hostility or individuals as being
Morning,
is
Miss
a
Oakley.
very funny joke.
Good morning.
Because some people just don't believe in those.
Cookery? Good morning. Sorry, I don't know if you heard me. Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, Miss Vivian.
Forgive me, I must
Hopefully
have
you
been
rested
too quiet.
well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Phil.
Enjoying your food. Good morning. You weren't, the rumors are
Morning.
being silverware
I guess
continuing
so
as.
He is a slime.
Good morning.
I'm pretty sure.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm pretty
Someone
sure
seemed
that they're not
rather-
harming him at all.
And also, good morning to you,
No, I
Mr. Nikos.
doubt it would.
Hopefully
Though
you
someone
rested
seemed
well.
a little
Excuse
annoyed
me.
at the idea
Can you
that
stop
reading this over.
doing that?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good girl.
Okay, did someone try to lock the door with like a single shank of meat?
That does look close. Or perhaps someone threw it and it got embedded.
That might be the case.
Okay, I'm going to put this back.
I'll ask later.
So I don't think he caught my question.
No, I just
Oh.
haven't had the
training
compliment during that. By the way,
What,
when
sorry?
is Blitz? Has anyone seen the
Oh, just making sure, just
mountain
hoping that
in
you
Nebraska?
rested well, Mr. Nikos.
They are taking a second to themselves.
along with you, Mr. Arlo, Mr. Tesla. Hopefully the two of you have also rested well.
I think so.
Yeah, dude, you're go do some training in the morning, so.
It's good.
I'm okay.
As long as you're taking time to get ample, at least practice here and there, as well as, well, rest, then
The time to study.
it's the most important thing.
Cube is
Invest in the
just
constant
moving.
work.
Cube is just moving.
It's all different.
He's having a good morning, it seems.
He seems to have a very good morning. It's a lot of energy.
This is the rabbit.
That's a good guy right there.
Yeah.
Half you are just.
I know, I'm complaining.
Why?
How would you make that loud of a noise from a peach?
You're just gonna get hit with all the food sounds today, it looks like.
It is very.
Are you eating the core as well?
I understand, but it's right in my ear.
Avid amounts of information for her research, then.
It just sounds really harsh for a soft fruit.
Knowing her, she is, at least from what I've
Please
heard
be
of
mindful
Miss
of my
Mika, she's
ears
always a busy
today. I don't
lady.
have my headphones. They're getting
But then
fixed.
again, being that she works in a medical field, there is
Understood.
no rest in a field such as that.
Hi, it's Mika.
Mika.
Yes.
I thought you was only saying for the week.
Here for, yes,
I
we
think
stayed here
she's
for the
leaving
week,
today.
and she's been doing screenings on various amounts of the students to basically just get some information and research for Manaveins. She's working on more studies to better assist any patients in the future who may have had theirs damaged.
I don't know if you need to know this, but if I'm working with you, I have to be more careful because my body.
Fair enough then.
I know I've been doing the. I know I've been doing the water manipulation with him, and that takes my mana.
Yes, he is.
Morning, Bill.
Morning, Arlo.
How are you?
I'm doing alright. How are you?
Waking up. Otherwise, I say I'm good.
He probably just has some other worldly duties.
It wouldn't surprise me with that.
Like most of us, but you know, everyone deserves rest.
What you reading this time?
More Runecraft.
Ah.
Well, I imagine like his meditative prayer is somewhat similar. Although I know he is.
That could be used as a really good extra.
Outside during it, it's more like.
Plus, it could help him with a steady hand. He's been struggling.
You good, son?
I gave him the extra character credit.
Oh, I kinda wanted to say hi to Mika because, you know, I didn't see her the first time she was here, apparently.
All right. Understood.
He seemed happy to have me here this week.
Yeah. Not exactly nothing wrong. I'm actually feeling pretty in top gear today.
That's good.
We've been able to yell at
I mean, I guess I'm not any lower gear than I usually am. I learned some things reading some books, so I thought that was a good line. I think.
I like it.
Taken out solely, but he wanted to test himself.
Not going
You know, he could break some of them.
He got a flash of the chest
Right.
He actively has left on everywhere. He actually channeling clairvoyance.
Is he asleep?
Let him rest this week to let him recover from
If you use them
That's not as
incorrectly,
a
it'll be used as, you know,
romantical
shattering
standpoint, that's more of a medical
You all right?
I'll make sure he doesn't go too hard this week and actually urge Kurt to pick up the
Morning. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say hi because I knew Mika had come by and I missed you the first
What's happening, Dad? As soon as
No, but you fell asleep.
Yeah.
I heard that, like,
oh, I'm sure he's fine, but it's just like, he's just because he has to actively be looking everywhere all the time.
My tail is multiple
And how
purpose.
even Virtue,
Yes.
from what he said, like, he can
Yeah,
everywhere at once,
fine.
but he has to
Don't
put
worry,
focus
Wilhelm and I had
attention
a conversation of
like
friendship
his
because he
sort
thought
of central
I may
otherwise
take
he won't
being
get
called a
there.
snake offensively. It depends on tone.
Wait, Wilhelm? What about Wilhelm?
Wilhelm were calling me a snake was derogatory, but it depends on the Gorgon. For me, I don't find it offensive as long as you're not using an aggressive tone with me.
It's pretty accurate. Like, you are half hard.
I am, yes, but there's also the malicious term of calling somebody a snake.
Oh, you mean like you snake like that?
Yes. So it depends on tone in that regard.
Like, don't get me wrong, I definitely have more ability to see than
This is
mouse,
happening now.
but they're all generally
I'm sorry, there's a thing here now.
on the
Yeah,
front
I
foot.
see it.
So,
Yes.
gifty wifty. And plus, English have it worse. It isn't just
What?
360 view with
Gifty with
general area view.
I heard. Just processing.
Now got taken by the void.
I'm glad to see your students are
menace moment.
Well, they're back.
She was going, and that was her signal to give it to me. Although she could just say, "Hey, can you give me my
That man.
Don't worry. I also did his medical, so I understand.
I just wanted to make sure, you know, that everything that you were alright.
Yes, I'm fine. To be honest, being here was my vacation. I didn't get to be called councilman for once.
May the spirits have mercy on his soul.
This place is a vacation, huh? Guess I can't say I blame her. Israel's rough.
Part of my job description to
Oh,
If you want to say that you have let the spirits have mercy on his soul, we can go get Coker. Oh, and he's back.
Hello, cute.
I imagine I didn't run hospital to work today.
What do you hear out of curiosity? So I don't
Ah,
imagine working with him.
I can't, and I don't want to.
That's what I mean. Everything would be a jail. A way to show your youth, or whatever he says.
The power of youth.
Youth this, youth that.
different than having human eyes.
He's scared of pigeons.
They are rats with wings. They have make no sense.
Even wearing his actual eyes.
Susie, funny.
I mean, out of all the things I've seen, that's probably not the weirdest thing I've ever heard of.
Carry diseases, they look at you funny, they have no economical purpose whatsoever, they should be exterminated. That's just my belief.
You're scared of pigeons.
I am not scared of them, I just wish
You're
to
scared
kill
of them. You're scared of them. You're scared of them.
Is it just pigeons?
It's just pigeons.
You're scared of
Just
I'm
pigeons.
curious to not. Does that mean you're scared of Professor Alphonse?
Somebody terrified of pigeons.
I don't think he's a pigeon.
Stab. Anyways, I'm not scared of pigeons.
That is what somebody who's scared of pigeons would say.
Tell me.
It says don't tell anybody, but he's scared of pigeons.
Eliminate the diseases of people.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I won't say anything.
Yes.
Are you scared of diseases?
I mean, it's kind of funny.
No.
I'm entertained.
Well, there you go.
But
I mean, we're probably gonna have to work our asses off later, but it'll be kind of funny for now.
Worth it.
That's totally something what you're saying.
It says what even is a
somebody
pigeon?
who's scared of pigeons would say.
A bird.
Yeah, the thing that with wings.
It's a type of bird.
No, not at all. It's a roof for me, not for thee.
Yeah, see, that's kind of funny, and I thought that too.
So now he's just being exclusive to me.
That a guy with wings is scared of another thing with wings.
Of having,
I'm not scared of
I'm-
pigeons. I'm just one
Yeah,
scared of them.
I kind of like him right now. That's my head. I'm like, oh no!
Why do you want to kill pigeons?
Because because they carry diseases, they have no economical person whatsoever, they are rats with wings.
I'm immediately not accepting any student that looks like a pigeon.
I will break that board.
You
I will
will
break that board over
You
my
can't.
knee.
You can't.
and
My buddy, you can't do it. You can't.
No. I can do this. I can do my job. I am the technical nurse here. You will not break the board. It's a medical necessity.
You're on vacation.
Professor Virtues hates pigeons.
Payroll.
He's good eating though.
You technically paid me for the week I've been here.
Wait, are
I
they?
want to make sure you're
Are
compensated.
they like chickens?
You did a really good job.
You can't touch that board because it's a medical necessity.
Nobody cares if you eat a pigeon.
Do not
You eat
put my
chicken, everybody
kindness
goes
against
crazy.
With all due respect, sir, she has a point.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this?
I'm always like this. Do you not know home's awake?
Professor Sayori.
More on Professor Sayori.
Come here, man.
Attention all students, morning announcements will be on the way shortly.
Actually, Professor Sayori, are you gonna have any free time today?
I should have lots of free time today.
I wanted to review some more leadership stuff with you if you had time. Alright, cool.
There. You happy?
Yes, Mr. Scared of Pigeons.
I'm not scared of pigeons.
What's wrong with pigeons? Them's good eating.
Want to get rid of them off the earth?
You eat pigeons, you ever get sick?
If I am up good, you don't get sick.
He has a
I'm
phobia
going
of
to
pigeons.
reach
That's why
inside
it's the
your
medical word.
stomach and throw that thing through one of these stained windows.
No, the better word, the medical word, is he has a phobia of pigeons.
You can do whatever you want with them after they're dead. I'm just gonna kill them.
Excuse me, I have to go do something real quick.
Relatable, queen.
But if they're filled with diseases and, like...
I don't even have a stomach.
Yeah, I guess you don't.
You might want to, give me an extra dimensional talk.
I rated. I rate. Yeah, no, next.
I don't know. Anatomy's weird. I just started looking up on it. Like, living things got like hearts, they got lungs, they got like stomach, they got guts.
Talking like an average human.
They got like liver.
It's frantically written down. Am I not alive?
No, that's something you might want to.
I mean, you're breathing, right? You're talking to me. You gotta be alive.
I saw it.
It says I don't.
You're alive.
You're talking, you're thinking, right?
I was muted the whole time. I say you're alive, right? You're talking, you're moving, you eat. Take it, eat.
Actually, hold on. We got the perfect person to ask.
50 minutes ago, so I know.
Mika! Got a question for you. Cube doesn't really have any organs and stuff, and I don't really have organs. We're alive, right?
Yes. You have mana in you. You are alive. You're living.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy.
The only way you wouldn't be living is if you had no mana in you. But you have mana.
Yeah.
Yes,
I thought so.
By medical
We're
terms,
alive.
you're living.
What? Like you and Arlo alive.
Yes,
You
by
guys
medical
got
terms, you are
things.
living.
Did I hear that right, Beal?
That's cool.
Yes.
Cool. That's all I need to know.
What did happen? A what now?
Sorry, put pigeons in Virtue's office.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I was gonna say there was one in the main area as well.
I'm going to
flying around
hold
the
on.
main
I'm
area.
gonna smooch her.
Hey, it's a good time to have a laugh.
Yeah.
Man, if we had to face our fears, he got it too.
Pigeons, though. I feel like ours is a little bit more,
Also, how'd you get so many pigeons?
I didn't. That's so.
That was Sayori.
Okay, see, that makes sense. That makes sense now.
I just asked it because I heard it, but I want to make sure I heard that correctly. Well, Mr. Copperbeard's here. That's almost weird to say.
It's Copperbeard. Wait, why? Why would you say that's weird?
Because I'm used to calling him Professor Copperbeard, but he's not a professor anymore. He's an assistant.
Wait.
Wait, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sayori and Copperbeard switch.
Sayori took over.
Oh. That's.
Yeah, that was actually last week, so yeah, it makes sense you didn't know
I
that.
miss it for one day, and the whole place just kind of like turns on its head.
That's what happens when you miss a day.
For real.
I need to check on that later. Definitely need to check on that.
You need help tackling him.
That way I'm not using water on him. I should be able to knock him over at least, I think.
Also said if you need help.
The only thing I think I'd want to make sure of is that his head doesn't hit the ground. You might have to catch his head, if that's gonna be the case.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, that was good. The perks of being a bat with sensitive hearing.
Hey, you want to be annoying? Get my staff members up here. Cool, then tell them to get up here. I'm doing morning announcements soon.
They can hear you too, I'm pretty sure.
Don't you know exactly where they are?
Oh, that was rude. She cannot shoot his spear.
Like how you use the natural thing to do that. I can't believe it.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm ready to get him. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I was on the front of that.
Yeah, Is everything okay?
I don't
He's
know.
almost falling asleep.
He was falling asleep standing up.
I think you could sleep after the
When?
morning.
Why did you do this to me? You're saying when to your morning announcements, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
You gotta suffer.
I don't know what to do.
Big drugs, go take.
That may not make it better.
You are drenched.
Okay, everyone, morning announcements.
Make drugs.
If you can't hear me, move up. If you can, good.
I don't think like half of the class heard that.
Today we are having two classes today. One will be a continuation from Fontaine class class on races. This will be a continuation on that. I believe it should be about Velocipeppers, slimes, angels, and a very particular race. I will be helping with 2 out of those races for clarification, as I have some knowledge on that. And after that class, it will segue into the next class, which I will be having, which is a broad understanding of the country of Neptunia. If any of students were here for my Yisrael class, it will be roughly like that. That is the general of what we have for classes. The rest is for free and for what you guys wish to do.
Neptunia. Yep, I was kind of right.
After announcements, Fontaine will start heading into the classroom area, which is where both classes will be held, in order to begin preparing. The class shall begin roughly 10 minutes after announcements end. Last thing, I want everyone to give a big round of applause for our guest, Vika, for showing up and giving up a class last week. After announcements, she will be slowly departing. So if you have any questions you wish to ask her, please ask her before she departs. And that is morning announcements.
All right. 10 minutes.
How in the fuck does that thing have so much fucking energy?
Good question.
Oh yeah, it was a real struggle. The way the magic is with the food. It was a real struggle to fight Vexus for a 2-day vacation.
You want to try to make a knife for
Yeah.
that and make it easier? Do you just
Easy.
Take one.
You're okay.
But if your skin is peeling, wouldn't it be easier to take it off with a knife?
I'm going to just have to
We just use the bathrooms.
I mean, I could make up. Hey, I could make like a little like thingy, you know, if you're such a
Skin peeling knife.
Paranoid over pigeons.
Doesn't have to be sharp.
I'm not paranoid, but I do want you to see a little bit
But you said to be sharp enough to make sure it comes off with.
No,
I could do that.
it's funny.
But he won't ask her about teaching
What?
No, I'm just pointing.
Do you want me to make before?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
My bad. You are Goober. I hope you had a good time at your visit here, and thank you again for teaching.
Well, the head councilman has the same district, but that's...
What was the saying? I owed you a favor. I got to see my best friend. I'm happy.
He was doing. Oh yeah. Your part.
Are you okay?
And I got to see my significant other, so I'm not complaining.
Oh boy. Alright.
You miss Mika.
Of course, dear. If you need anything, just let Virtues know and I'll come visit.
Alright, thank you.
Hey, take your time.
Of course.
Are you guys coming to the class?
Yeah.
We'll be able to stay
I'm
awake
happy to
during
help.
class.
Thank
If
you
ever
for
need help
everything.
Again, let me know.
Go back to sleep.
See, those are my
Of
good
course.
students because they actually listened when I said thank her.
Yes,
Hello,
thank
dear.
you again, Ms. Mika, as always.
I'm
I
happy to
really
help.
actually wanted to ask a question to you. If you could probably deliver this question possibly to Lizette, because they probably know better. I heard roughly that you work closely with Lizette, is that correct?
Sorry, being a horrible father.
Yes, I help her a lot with her designing.
Do you think you could ask her, or I don't know how to properly do it, if I need to send a letter or something, what process I need to do to kind of gain a bit more information about their entertainment in Israel for their plays or anything else like that?
Oh, I mean, back in my office, she gives me a pamphlet of all the plays that she plans on doing for the week, or at least around the month. I can look into that for you
I
if you'd
would
like.
love that, actually.
Sure. To be fair, I've always been one for the theatrics. It's also the one
You
where I
okay?
have to be quiet and no one questions me.
You would not
Yes.
believe how often we had to be reminded
Or
of names
have
during the
any of
first
your
semester.
juicy
Alright.
novels played out in front of you that you read.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, please.
I dragged Wilhelm to quite a
Just a straight answer of yes. Hello.
Professor Fontaine's class. I shall see you there then. Hello, Arlo.
How you doing?
I am told the sluggishness will take at least a couple more days, if what Miss Mika said was true.
Just take it easy.
I am attempting to. Luckily,
Good.
the classes seem to allow for that.
Good. If you need anything, let me know, alright?
Thank you, Arlo.
Of course. Erie? No. Cerise. Ironwood got married with Cerise, the assistant principal, or not principal, the assistant professor of Valkyrie. Like, they are legally married. Which is ironic, because that means they are known, she is known as Mrs. Ironwood.
What do you mean if we find that teacher you showed me? What does that mean? Also, I literally just got back from a 2-day trip in Neptune. Like, And there's some stuff you might not know, but again, if I want to know about fucking Neptune, I would talk to people.
Even a resident only knows so much.
What are the classes for today?
Race classes and learning about Neptunia.
Because I fucking live.
Alright, someone already just told me
It
that.
irritates me so much.
Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not on you particularly.
Oh, okay. I thought it was directed towards me.
I'm from the back of my shirt.
This is way too small.
Did you hear the other class yet?
Yeah, it's races in Neptunia. Is there more?
Yeah.
That's it. Just those two classes.
Those are the two I was told.
Okay. I'm gonna take notes for Blitz.
You not here? Are you sleeping?
He's not feeling good.
Oh, okay.
How goes your ability training when you showed me?
I might have overdone it.
Oh no.
Not as bad as I thought, though. So I just need to be a little more careful with that. That's all. But I'm
to train yourself?
making work. Yeah, trying to work on the ice more. That's why yesterday I wasn't really talking much. I kind of froze the inside of my chest and throat for a while.
Oh no! I can fix it! Hold on!
No, I'm good! Do not put your hands in my mouth.
Oh, okay.
Please.
No, I was gonna put it on your throat and, like, squeeze it till they crack the ice.
I would not
There's
suggest
no
a
ice
thing.
in there right now. I already handled that.
Would that help if I, like, squeezed your throat and, like, the ice, like, cracked a bit and then you had to, like, cough it up like a cat?
That sounds very dangerous and not ideal.
Like, squeeze your throat so, like, the ice, like, cracks and, like, becomes more, like,
No,
slushy.
no, I take my medicine and I wait.
Can
That's
you
it.
make slushies?
I mean, I can freeze water?
I'm ready for today! I know what we're doing today!
You're gonna manipulate her to make snow cones.
I'm not manipulating. I'm directly asking her or taking her. That's not manipulation. Manipulation would be, hey, I really want a snow cone today. It would be so convenient if I knew someone that could make a snow cone.
You're so close to me,
You proved your point.
That's what manipulation is.
If anything that you need help with, you can contact a Valkyrie or a professor.
I need you today to help me collect.
His boss says I finally killed the flaws. I beat it in one-on-one combat.
Did you feed it? You beat it up? I was really worried about you. I thought it was going to take you away. I was concerned. I was so concerned.
I need you to help me gather.
Well,
things
we know who the
today.
first target is
I
for
need
the
you to help me
void.
gather straw, like the grass, and some little like things to tie things with, and.
He's talking about essentially giving somebody a seizure. Brain hemorrhage.
They're a merfolk. They're a merfolk. They can eat fish. It's not cannibalism. They're not the same thing.
What the hell did I walk into?
Another type of my species.
That's kind of
I eat
complicated.
I actually eat fish like tuna or mackerel or cod. I don't.
You know, it's not really uncommon for... Yeah, no.
I'm just trying to explain.
Don't shoot the messenger, please! Please!
No one's shooting any messengers.
Explain to you. I'm just trying to explain to you. Professor.
Nah, it was fun. We knew.
Hi, Professor.
No, No, but I do eat fish.
Alright, now that I'm
And then for Mopo.
here. Alright, I hope that at least everyone is nice and comfortable in their seats, or if they choose to sit on a chair or stand or sit on the floor, whatever you prefer. But either way, welcome again. As before, for those who weren't here for the first lesson, I am going to be covering different races within the Vandiles because, of course, for those of you who are going to be at least going out and about in the different regions within the Vandiles after you graduate from the school, it's very important to know at least all the different types of species that you'll find around you. Anything ranging from merfolk to fane to even a gargoyle. It's always good to make sure that you familiarize yourself. Not only just to make sure that both on the field and off, you won't know how to at least not only treat your allies of different races, but also how to at least avoid the dangers that could come.
I punched a pigeon before. That's the first thing I see.
Threat to you. Now, yes, Miss Viviana.
I apologize. I think you might be a little loud.
Yes, because I
Okay.
apologies. It's just
He's a little.
it's just the darn crystal. That's why.
Okay.
I mean, you also decide to sit in the front of none.
Now,
Well, it's easier for me to sit up front, but sorry.
no worries. Now, of course, I'm going to have
It has to be
assist me
loud.
more so with the latter half of the lesson. We'll be going over angels as well as actually doppelgangers, but for the first half, I'll be covering two different species that I'm a bit more knowledgeable on, since Virtues is a lot more informed on at least doppelgangers and angels. Of course, well, angels being that, of course, he is one. So, but regardless, he's a lot more fit to at least
Technically a
give
fallen, but yeah.
information in that regard.
He is an
But
angel.
for me, I'll be helping out and
He is an angel, technically.
teaching at least two of the races that I've at least have a good amount of knowledge on, that being blossom heifers and slimes. Now, same as before, let's see who I want to pick on today. Miss Nova, you can pick a blossom heifer or a slime. Which one would you like to learn about first?
I was
A
gonna say the same
slime.
thing.
Interesting. Well, start off slimes when it comes to where you'll tend to find them. They originate actually from Neptunium, from Neptunia. However, that does not mean that they all come from there. They come from various different shores of all different regions in the Vandiles, ranging from Pandora to even Zirin, and as well as Neptunia themselves. Keep in mind that they also are very commonly a very adaptive species when it comes to the Vandiles, tending to mimic individuals that they see amongst themselves, whether it be humans, gargoyles, anything of the sort. They're very much into making sure that they are at least not trying to be as hostile as possible, trying to make sure that they're as kind as they can be. They're actually a fairly happy species most of the time. It's even happier when they tend to run into one another. That's it. So typically you'll see at least slimes are a lot more excited when they see their own kind. Along with that, they are relatively sticky, so keep in mind, while yes, you can throw a wayward punch or even swing your weapons at a slime, there is a chance that it can get stuck, so do keep that in mind. Stickiness
Man,
also
it was
helps
trying to
them
look at
to
cheeser
be
from
able to
McDonald's and
traverse
defend my
all
food.
sorts of different
In my
difficult
defense, a
terrain,
seagull tried to
whether
take
it
my
be
corn dog and
walls,
decided to strangle it.
ceilings, what you
Motherfuckers, last time, like, anything had to do with the bird was... Oh, no. Ironwood's here. Last thing I had to do with the bird was a goose, and they tried to threaten to attack me because I was walking past them by, because, you know, goose are fucking evil birds. So I literally looked at it and I was pissed off for a 12-hour shift. I said, you attacked me, I'm breaking your neck, I'm just gonna sit here and just whip you like a whip.
At least majority of the time.
Break your neck,
Slimes are typically
leave you for dead,
carnivores.
give you to the fishies.
Things such as meat. And, well, I say eat is more of a loose term.
Goose
more
are the
so
devil.
It's akin
Fair.
to if you've seen Cube, at least, he is the best example. He more so just sticks it within himself and it dissolves. That's how most slimes tend to eat. That does not mean that all slimes do this, of course, but
Generally have no problem with birds.
This is what you'll see more commonly. Along with that, this very good conductors of electricity as well.
Yeah, I think Europe might have another breakdown of knowledge.
With a
Poor
nervous
guy.
system, you don't have to worry about them at least being pretty much stuck due to a bad electrical current. It's very easy for them to at least store different types of electrical charge in their body. Though of course they can't do it forever. Along with that, they're able to freely change their appearance. So, for example, if Gummy here wanted to take on the appearance of, for example, someone like Stone or Cerise or even Arlo, they're able to change their appearance freely in order to more match what they want to look like. Of course, it's all based on what the slime would prefer.
We're minutes bird kind.
Along with that, when it comes to slimes, going back into at least how they are carnivores and how they eat, it does play into the fact of the acidity of their bodies. When it comes to slimes, their bodies are naturally acidic. However, that doesn't mean that it is a permanent thing. They're able to change how acidic their body is basically on a whim. So if they need to have their body be more acidic in order to digest things such as food, or if they, for example, have any wayward bits of like metal stuck in them, then they want to at least dissolve that, then they can of course do so. But
it makes you question about
at
Leppy.
the same time, if they want to, for example, shake Cerise's hand, then they of course can make sure that they're not just going to end up burning through her skin or anything of the sort. Keep in mind that also along with this, depending on the regions that you see these slimes come from, you will get different varieties of them, ranging from moss slimes and Xirin, hellish slimes from Phoenix Drop, or even just straight, as they just call it, Neptunium slimes from, well, Neptunia. So of course, while at the same time they as I said, since they originate from the sea, it does not mean exactly, since they originate from the seas by Neptunia, does not mean you're always going to find them just there. Any wayward shore, you could end up seeing slimes coming from there. Now, does anyone have any questions in regards to slimes before I move on to the blossom heifers? Yes, Miss Viviana. Yes.
Would you be able to catch me up on what I missed in a few minutes? I'm sorry about that. Or can be
Yes, I will be able to. Yes, I can do so afterwards. Alright. Okay. Now, no other questions. We can go into blossom heifers then before I pass it over to virtues. Now, obviously, we have two blossom heifers here at the school, which would be Miss Amelia and Polly. Now, when it comes to blossom heifers, you are going to more typically find them in areas such as the Feylands or even Xirin, mainly because, well, they're very, well, rich in flora. When it comes to the blossom heifers, they're a species that
Feylands mean
culture
Mythans.
mainly around being areas rich with different types of
I
plants.
think, if my knowledge is correct.
Not only is it something that they very much care for, but of course, as the name implies, they do also end up growing different types of plants on their body. And when it comes to blossom heifers, they are very much protective of said plants, not only just the ones in their bodies, but the ones that they grow. So, of course, it's very uncommon to see ones that at least aren't going to be a bit upset if you end up damaging any plant life in an area, obviously. Now, along with that, when it comes to this, it does come with the detriment of not only being that they are covered in fur, at least for the most part, they do also have plants on their body, so fire is outright just a no-go for them. They want to make sure that they at least keep any plant life as safe as possible, so trying to make sure that nothing catches fire is at least a big priority for them. Though, blossom heifers are not one to be taken too lightly. Keep in mind that a lot of them are actually fairly strong. Someone, for example, the size of Polly, if you are familiar with them, could feasibly pick up someone, for example, even the size of stone. They're able to lift both individuals and items that are much heavier than them, even given the fact that they could be possibly even twice their size. They're relatively strong, so do keep that in mind. Not only does it come with the fact of being able to lift heavy objects, but they do have their horns that are capable of at least inflicting quite a bit of damage.
I've seen a falcon punch IRL by an actual falcon, and it's terrifying. Understood.
To break right through it. Along with that, keep in mind
That's actually
that,
funny, Crow.
Not every Blossom Heifer is going to have the most phenomenal upper body strength. Most of their core strength resides in the legs, being able to sprint for long periods of time and great distances, jump actually quite great heights, and well,
you don't want to be kicked by a Blossom
core of
Heifer.
Where their lifting comes from is mostly just all the strength in the legs. Along with this,
Look at Paulie, you look at Amelia, and you're like, you get roundhouse kicked by that, a body's going to break.
Right away.
A limb is going to break. A bone is going to be at least
they can get rather large,
like
too.
fractured.
Of course, some Blossom
At least I think so.
To take
I could be wrong on that
to
one,
at
but
least
it's
trim
just,
the horns down to make sure they don't get too large, because obviously with the larger the horns, the less balance they're going to tend to have. And along with that, seeing as with their legs being hooves, it does already make issues such as climbing stairs or even ropes at least challenging for them. Not impossible, but it is going to take them quite a bit of time to do so. Along with that, when it comes to the plans, you actually are going to
they trim their horns? Oh, that sounds painful for them, because ain't like horns like sensitive?
Types of plants. This is very useful for things such as medicine as well as alchemy.
I might have to ask
So,
Amelia or
for
Paulie
example,
that.
wanting to have sorts of different plants for medicine, whether it be on the field or off the field, you're able to at least enlist the assistance of a Blossom Heifer, and they should be able to at least, with some time, be able to grow the plants that you are looking for. Though, keep in mind, younger Blossom Heifers, it's a bit more difficult, as the plants that grow on them are going to be more sporadic and random. The older that they get, the more they're able to control what plants are actually grown on their bodies. But aside from that, does anyone have any questions in regards to Blossom Heifers then? Splendid. Alright, in that case, I can pass it over to Virtues.
I didn't raise my hand high
So
enough.
sorry, Virtues, that I'm going to take you away from relaxing, but leave this to him, as he'll be covering now He'll be covering the second half, being angels and, well, doppelgangers. And Virtues comes over here as another note. For anyone who did not at least make it to my first lesson in regards to Starborn, Gorgons, Harpies, and my goodness, what was the last one?
Starborn, Harpies, Gorgons, and
My goodness, I'm finally getting old. I'm forgetting things now. Fane.
Fane.
Oh, hush. Come on. So yes, Starborn, Gorgons, Harpies, and Fane. For anyone who has missed that lesson, if you would like, I can always give it on those at a later point, or likewise, as I stated in the previous lesson, for any of the races, if you are interested in learning more about them, whether it be the different subspecies of Fane or even slimes, for as an example, since there is a lot to cover with those. You can always go over to the library, and we do have books on all the different species within the Vandiles. Other than that, I'll leave the floor then to Mr. Virtues here.
Thank you, Professor Fontaine. The last two races I will be covering is angels and doppelgangers. Now, begin with first off, angels. Angels were originally born from primordial light magic, deep way in the ancient of Serenity Valley. We are born with a sense of a sense of pride and the will to protect whatever area we deem to be sacred. Deeming certain areas as sacred lands to be perfected. Over the years and over the times, angels spread their wings and decided to go across the land, deeming
I thought about using the camera,
as
but
sacred areas.
oh, I think
to
you took a
protect
picture.
Against many threats.
Oh no, never mind.
Typically, one of the natural swarm enemies of most angels are demons, as they are natural opposites, per se. As they originally formed from darkness.
See, trimming horns just kind of reminds me of like trimming claws from a cat or a dog. Like, you don't want to cut too much, but you want to make sure you don't. There's enough, yeah. Because you cut too much, it hurts them a lot. Because it might create like dirt neighbors or something. I'm not sure.
Our sworn duty is to take an oath. Now, an oath may be something you established from your family, or something that you deem to be self-appointed on your own right. Different families have different oaths, different oaths, customs, and mechanisms of how they do things, depending on where they come from and what they primarily guard. However, it is not to be stated that our oaths and our word in that matter is vital. Just like how a demon's construct could be their life or death, depending on how they use it or deem it, our word and oath is not too simple. Us giving our word and oath is a sacred bond that we give to that person, idea, concept, etc., etc. And breaking it is the highest punishment an angel could receive. As recorded, once an angel breaks their oath, their wings are violently torn from them sunder, painfully and without mercy, but not killing the angel. Their halo is removed, and they are resorted to nothing more than a subless human.
That's fair. I'm kind of curious about virtues, since he's a fallen angel.
This is why that when you hear an angel go, "I give you my word," keep in mind that they do mean that with all they have. It'd be the consequences. Now, as an angel, we have certain leverages and abilities different than normal races. Like stone or starbones, we do not need to sleep. Instead, every night we reflect on our day and pray to one thing or another, depending on the angel and type. But that gives us complete awareness at the night. Not only that, all angels do not run out of stamina and have a slight regeneration to them, be able to quickly recover from any scratches, dings, and so on and so forth. Our bodies were built for combat and the protection of one area, and they show. Also, not to mention the obvious, but all angels are equipped with wings ranging from 2, 4, 6, in some rare cases even 8. Our wings are more than just our vessels in order to glide and fly, but it is also our pride. Angel wings show status, and it shows their way in society between other angels. It is a very rare sight to see an angel conceal their wings and very looked down between other angels for one reason or another. I will get to my particular situation as an angel near the end of the lesson.
That's the question I wanted to ask.
Continuing the lesson.
What's the difference between a fallen and a regular?
We also have the ability to intervene one's mind and send our own thoughts to another. Now, typically this is limited to one person at a time. Most angels can't do what I do to you all, which is send a single message to everyone with on campus in order to say something. But in turn, that one-way communication is back and forth. It is a way to get past language barriers, to perceive from great distances where you can't hear one another. However, keep in mind, angels typically should not, or be advised not to do more than one mind, as doing more than one can strain it. Not only that, but angels also have the capacity with our many eyes to see magic. And more importantly, see how far that magic is incorporated to us. Imagine a radius or a beacon pinging off from the angel and going forth within the area in order to tell where magic is and what side is. Naturally, this is not on all 24/7, or else that said angel will slowly lose their mind as they are predicting.
Well, it just sounds like the dog trusts you, Tech, and then your
all
parents.
the time, as we are in a magic world, and basically everything has some form of magic.
Means you know what you're doing.
Even some rocks do, which does not help if you're floating above them.
Making it, safe and comfortable for the puppers.
Okay. Now, despite our many feats of fannies, our many advantages that we have commons, we are not without our disadvantages. I already told you the implications of one giving oath and the consequences if one chooses to break one. But others include, angels are not allowed to go on to certain areas. We cannot enter demonic areas deemed by demons to be their area, and thus place with certain wards or maggots on there. Just like how most demons...
Wait, so that means he can't go to Phoenix Drop?
Blessed areas, just like angels.
He wasn't there, I remember, right?
The two races to make sure they have their own lands and areas to keep to themselves. After all, if battles from past have shown, if we did not have our own areas to respect one another, one race might have exterminated the other. Which, hard to tell.
That's brutal.
Angels also have a natural disability when it comes to cold, as our wings freeze up due to cold magic. It's extremely hard and difficult for a single angel to fly in Terraria with its frigid cold and constant weather. If you want to severely disadvantage an angel, aim for the wings with some ice shards, and they'll surely see what gravity has to offer to them. If you wish to bind an angel, you must simply use iron. Iron is a very allergenic metal to us. Think of it as a deadly allergy. Irritates the skin, maybe a couple rashes, but if some iron gets into the bloodstream, so scrapes, stabs, and so forth, the angel will need to go immediately to a medical facility, as the regeneration will be cut off, and without safe removal of the iron, they would slowly cease. Yes, Viviana.
Is it like copper for demons then?
Yes, it is very similar to copper for demons. Like I said, angels and demons are not too far apart in a lot of regards. Final is, and I've heard you heard your neighbors bitch about it for a couple weeks, angels are very susceptible to charm magic. As we are built to be guardians and therefore have noble hearts by design, we have a natural society we swayed to more magics that convince us to one thing or another. Strong in body, not strong when it comes to emotional distress. Thus, we will most likely fall into a charm magic for one reason or another. However, that doesn't mean an angel won't get out of charm magic eventually, and it also doesn't mean that angel won't immediately charge that person who just charms that for anger management issues. some quick cultural distinguishations between angels I'll explain, and then I'll explain the different types of angels, and then I'll explain my situation. Now, angels live for an extremely long time. Around 700 at the earliest, but latest could be 1,000. So we are around for a very long time, thus our cultural shapes for a very long time. Just like many long races, 50 years is a stepping stone to reach a greater goal. But society-wise, angels take their status and things very seriously. For example, if you have heard the term of divorce, angels do not believe in divorce very much. If an angel marries someone, they tend to marry them for life. Even if it isn't the right choice, they will stick it out for cultural norms. They made a decision, they made a promise, and mere promise counts as giving their words, and the same consequences fall to those words of oath as well. So we must choose our partners very carefully. Besides that, you also find a lot of capitals and such for one reason or another having their own guardian family of angels throughout the years. Many capitals employ one as it is what we are built for. Besides that, there are also many bodyguard positions that angels employ as well. Keep in mind, not all angels do this. Everyone's an individual, of course. I work here. However, that is where a lot of the noble angel families will be found. Besides that, angels come in 3 types. True blood angels, like myself.
I can hear his controller slapping on himself.
Surrounding us, all around us. More commonly had not have more wings than most, and our original descendants from the very
Chad, are you having fun yet? Are we learning? Better be learning.
These lands way time ago. However,
Iron again say angel is the best weapon to bind them.
So if another
or kill them if you really want to try to go for lethal.
Do what I am doing and don't follow tradition and decide to do whatever they want, there's a very real chance that true blood angels might go extinct in the near future if they do not continue tradition. So you'll find a lot of true blood angels to have a stick up their butt and keep with tradition, because quite literally it is what kept true bloods going for this long. Besides that, we have silent blood angels. These are the angels that have horns and are kept completely darkly faced. They are known for keeping to their business and being very to the point. They do not talk very often unless they must or they have to, and they're also very commonly mistaken for demons because of the blank face and the horns. Finally, there are radiant blood angels. This is angels that got mixed between another angel and any other race, and basically they're descended from true bloods and have more angel blood mixed in than whatever other race they went with in the past or future.
Okay, 75-25 breed.
These have all the regular angel properties and are more common than true bloods, and will definitely find less in nobility and more in common areas, although that means that you won't find any radiant blood in a nobility faction. But more to say, this is more than copy the most angels you will find. They typically have 2 wings, although they can sometimes have more depending on the family. They don't have many eyes, and they don't have as much responsibilities from their families as true bloods or silent bloods typically will have. Yes.
Does the number of wings show like rank or strength of an angel?
No, actually size does. The longer we live, the larger our wings grow. How many wings you have is just genetics.
That's a good question.
Finally, there's the last and
I learned something.
Variants. Fallen, like myself. Fallen angels are people like myself who have refused their oaths given to them by their family or a high individual and perceived to go on their own path, rejecting their sacred land that was given to them by birth and their duties that they were trained or originally done in order to pursue their own
his name is Atlas Ironwood. I think it's just a last name. I don't think he's fucking Atlas Ironwood. Quote unquote human.
Of angels.
I say quote because it's debatable, but that's what he says he is. So that's what we're going with.
Not so foolish as to break our oath, but to reject something that we should have naturally accepted. Not only that, it's also typically for Fallen to have left their original proving grounds, their original sacred area that they have supposedly were supposed to dedicate and protect. That is why you will find Fallens with black wings and have a different aura than others, and typically be ostracized and looked away from most other angels, as it is a common, let's say, story to pass down to avoid Fallen like the plague, or else that you might catch Fallen like a disease. Yes.
I know there's like discrimination with the Fallens, but is there like any discrimination or racism between like the other types of angels with each other?
True Bloods typically see themselves as higher as they are the pure angels of the three groups. Also there's less of them, so it's more also a rarity thing. Therefore, a lot of troopers will think they're higher than other angels for that fact alone. But Silence and Radiant Bloods, not really. Silent Bloods typically because they're very much to business and don't really have time to see black and white between things. And Radiant typically do what most individuals do, so they don't really care. So it's mostly True Bloods with the discriminatory between other races. Granted, as with always, this is a gross generalization that does not mean every True Blood is like that.
Okay.
Any more questions about angels before I move on to the next subject? Arlo?
I do have one question. You mentioned earlier breaking an oath could lead up to brutally having your wings clipped. Was it different from breaking an oath with a family?
It's not different than breaking an oath with a family. What I was referring to is rejecting before the oath was even given to. Family oaths are usually presented to you in a big ceremony, like receiving a title, receiving a name, knighting, etc., etc. So rejection of that during this big occasion is more of a given to the Fallen. Outright breaking it results to the ripping of wings.
Then I have a second question then. How old would you be to reject it before it become an oath?
It depends on the family in which they want to give or receive it. It took many, many, many decades before I was given mine, for my responsibility was protecting the entire capital in Pandora, taking my father's place of head guardian and leader of captain and putting that on myself. After all, I had to get trained in order to do that. Family oaths usually carry a lot of responsibility and are not so easily given to a new person. They might not even given to everyone within the family. Originally, mine was not going to be given to my sister, who I believed to deserved it more than I did. It's one of the main reasons I rejected it. In my hope of rejecting it, it was to pass the torch to someone I believe way more capable.
Understood.
Yes.
Are angels born like a normal person, or like...
I think they missed the first part of it.
Yeah. Yes? Are you asking if we fuck? Because the answer is yes. Yes.
You're saying that's really like class appropriate, sir.
It is me. I do not care.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How, at least if someone were to try and charm you to break your oath, don't they have to like do an oath or something before anything happens? Like, how does that work? If someone were to try and charm an angel to break their oath, I don't know.
Seriously?
Fontaine brought up a good point. What happens if an angel is charmed to break their oath? Typically,
That is a good
breaking
question.
one's oath has to be a conscious decision. You have to break it, not someone force you to break it. Now, there may be after effects, terrible pains, the feeling of absolute dread afterwards, but being charmed to do so won't cause the full ripping of wings, because it was not you breaking the oath, it was someone
Professor of
convincing you to
Doors.
break the oath.
So he'll be fine.
Yes.
Minor punishment compared to what it could be.
When angels are they born like with their halos and eyes too, or do those just appear?
I love you, Menace.
Once again, depends on.
No,
the
that's a good
group,
question.
Or it depends on the angel family.
Does that mean an angel can be born with a halo? Like,
Some angels can be born with halos, although typically the most common thing that will always be born is the wings. Some angels get a halo as they get older.
Menace
I
is
did
asking
have
the
a halo
awkward but
my
good
first-
questions.
Last year, I got my halo this year. I did have my halo of eyes, which is the ones around there, but not the big ones over here. True Bloods will be typically born with a lot of eyes everywhere. Hell, a lot of True Bloods won't actually form from a human-looking physique. They will typically grow or learn how to change that eventually.
I'm gonna be in a meditative state, but. Oh, Gil has a question.
Any more questions? Good. Okay then. Last race to discuss with.
Yeah.
Wait, who? Oh, Calgary. Yes, Calgary.
Oh, they're talking about
I
Gil.
can hear you properly.
Given a previous question, I'm curious whether an angel has ever used charm as an excuse for breaking their oath when they did not.
I was told what classes were.
Do you mean charming themselves, or?
No, as an excuse for breaking an oath when they actually were not charmed at the time.
Trying to use it as a loophole,
Is
I
there a
think
way
it's
to
a what
Has an angel ever used charm as a loophole in order to tactically break their oath?
Or lied about it.
So, as I just said before, it is to have some content of you willingly or non-willingly to break an oath. You having a conversation prior to talking to someone to charm them or to break it may lead to divine intervention. However, you being turned to do something, not having that conversation, and being kind of glad at the fact that it happened, you would probably be fine, but that looming sense of dread will probably stick with you. A lot of the oath is very much mentality and mindset, and you can try to convince yourself of one thing or another all you want, but at the end of the day, it's all mental capacity is understanding. So if you know if you're loopholing the system, things will not be pleasant for you.
So it is not impossible to lie about it then.
Moving up so I can hear you again.
Apologies. So it is not impossible to. So it is impossible to lie about such a thing then. To say that you were charmed when you were not.
No, because if I was under the impression that they were actually being charmed. You can't just lie to yourself like, I'm being charmed, therefore I'm doing this. No, you have to actually be charmed.
I was simply curious whether that had been used as an excuse before when it was not.
Statistically, possibly, although I've never heard or seen it before.
The best thing to take from it is that while An angel giving their word and making an oath is something that they have to be very careful about. So, in the case of using virtues as an example, him giving me his word that, let's say, he'll keep a secret is something that, as much as he may want to try and find a loophole around it, is honestly something that is way too risky to even try. As even trying to find some way around your oath to
Or they just don't
break
give
it
the oath.
without incurring any sort of punishment is something that at that point you are toying with other forces. As he stated, it would be more so akin to you may face divine intervention in that case. Angels are very much having to be very, very careful with who they are making oaths to, and on top of that, what the oaths are.
If they don't, that angel will live a very, very bad life.
Precise.
God, it's still early.
Now, does anyone have any other questions before we move on to doppelgangers?
I think that's it. Oh.
I believe Europa has a question, yes.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna move up there to hear you, Yopro.
Can you still lose your wings as a fallen angel?
Can you still lose your wings as a fallen angel?
Absolutely, 100%. I can still lose my wings as a fallen angel. I still give my words to things and still buy my oaths. And if I were to break those oaths, the same terrifying thing would fall to me.
Yes, unless Virtues wants to try and see how life is without wings, then he is best to at least not break any.
I.e., we rewind to where Winter got a weapon.
Wings, stamina, and regeneration, lesser human, it would be awful.
Literally everything. Now, any other questions before?
Yeah, let's end this.
All right then. Now, before I pass the floor over to Virtues, we'll be discussing last race for today's lesson, and then, of course, after this lesson, I'll be, of course, leaving the floor here with Virtues, as he'll have now the classroom to give his lesson on the the region of Neptunium. Now, going on to the last race, we'll be talking about doppelgangers. Virtues, of course, is more knowledgeable on in the case of doppelgangers, but keep in mind that a bit more of a broad, at least entry into it, is that doppelgangers are listed as one of the most uncommon races within the Vandals. The key word there being listed, because obviously within the Vandals, you don't typically find individuals who are doppelgangers that are very open about it. Mostly because at least you'll tend to run into one of two cases. There are the individuals who are very much, very hostile towards doppelgangers, very quick to draw a blade or be quick to even just do anything they can to put down a doppelganger out of fear of them being attacked. And on the other end, you're more often going to find individuals who, if they hear someone claiming, "Oh, I am a doppelganger," they're more akin to possibly not believing you, as in some parts of the Vandals, doppelgangers are seen as nothing but a myth. Aside from that, that's the at least more broad entry that I can at least enter way into it, but again, I'll leave it with Virtues here to at least give you more in-depth knowledge on the race.
Thank you.
So we get to learn
Now,
Winter.
with that disclaimer, I will emphasize everything we know about the doppelganger. It could be potentially wrong. All we have are newspapers, vague reports, very high sightings, and a combination of all that could be perceived or found about this, with also some personal records I've acquired from my friend Oswald.
You call him your friend?
Now then.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yes, before we even start.
I want to hit this stone.
Fuck! Now can y'all hear me?
No.
No, she appeared and disappeared, remember? She stepped out of the
Oh, oh right. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You already heard what I said. I don't need to repeat myself, right?
We can hear you.
Good. Now, the story of the elusive and mysterious doppelganger. Now, it is very unlikely and very rare for a certain phenomena to happen within the world. A phenomena of the creation of a race in two separate locations through two very different circumstances. Yet, this is what we can believe to have happened to the doppelganger. Two separate stories of two different creations of the same race. One in the land of Mythins, and one within the labs of Israel.
Wait, Mythins? Really?
I shall start with the Israel variant and then the Mythin variant. Although, keep in mind, for as far as you're aware, they work fairly similarly, although
It's just a theory. Game theory. Thanks for watching.
Slight differences between them. Now,
also, Crunch
the
Alert.
Israel variant believes to have been an experiment in a very unknown area, possibly within the second layer, maybe even the third. We are not sure. But apparently, through the experiment of forming and creating and mushing down multiple different fleshes from multiple different races, it is to combined and to form a singular mass. A mass with the ability to change into these different fleshes through the eyes and perception of different people. After many years and many experiments, this race was eventually made. Now, the original reason for this race were to make super spies. People to go in and infiltrate any area of their vicinity by simply turning into the races or people of that area. Go in, steal, and hear what they mean, then
Wait,
speak
so
back.
doppelgangers were created?
How do you make sure this race do exactly what they're told? The babies, they're new. Thus, tactics of mind control were employed and put on to the formation of doppelgangers of their first creation, so they would be completely and utterly obedient. At first, things were successful. Information was gathered, and a network of spy was developed. But a race that changes constantly and adapts naturally will eventually adapt a bit of immunity to the thing that's used upon them from generations through generations. Do I already see hands or no? Nope. Okay, just stretching. Good. Now then. After the doppelganger in Israel finally gained control within their own mind and realized the things they were probably going to do, they fled their predecessors, fled Israel. Now, groups were made to control, contain, and exterminate the now wandering around escaped convicts. And, well, as far as we're aware, some were very successful through the purgings, but clearly they could not get all of them. As trying to find and capture a race of individuals that can change their form at will is extremely difficult.
I'm glad you all enjoying this.
And thus,
better lecture than you're all not falling asleep.
Spread to as far as wide as they can, except for one area. Phoenix Drop. For Phoenix Drop is a hellish fire area, and the doppelganger comes with a very unique weakness. Not only a weakness to fire, but a psychological phenomena to fear fire. The very sight of it. The very smell of it. It is a mechanism in the brain which automatically clicks. Now, whether this was formed through the experiments or something during the creation, we cannot never tell. But to rewind the clocks back to the race, we now progress to Mythins. Now, Mythins is known for many things between the Fae and magic, but is also known to wild magic, and more importantly, wild magic veins and wild magic storms. It is said through these laws, some creatures have come in chains, and many of them got captured within these chaos storms, and through the forming and meshing of their flesh emerged the doppelgangers from Mythid. Now, the Fae there had also problem with a creature that could change their flesh at will, especially with their deep border control and sense of keeping new things out and what they know in. Thus, charm and mind control magic were also used on this doppelganger to control them and make sure they were playing nice with everyone. And if they sometimes got information from their enemies that they particularly disliked, a nice bonus. But a similar story as the first one gave. A race that naturally changes mood changes throughout generation eventually gained an immunity. And what in a similar story once again. They fled, groups were ignored him, and act to exterminate this thing quickly and quietly, but not all were successful and thus were spread. That is what, as far as you're aware, the origin of the race. Now then, to actually get the meat of the potato of what a doppelganger could perceivably do, as stated multiple times, a doppelganger can change their form to look like whatever race they have perceived. Now, is alluded that they can't memorize and keep a catalog of every race they see. After all, they do not have a complete memory to memorize everything they see, so they can probably only change to a few things that they have seen before within memory. Now, physically, they can copy all the abilities of whatever race
copy
they
Vex.
choose, but magically, they cannot copy the magic of which a specific individual can do. Not only that, while they can copy and have the abilities of whatever race they transform, they do not have the experience that comes with that race to learn how to do it. If they transform into a race that can fly, that does not mean they have the experience of 2 or 3 years it takes to actually fly. But regardless,
that's new.
Other things that the doppelganger can do is have, or as already stated before, they are completely immune to mind control effects and charm effects, as they have gained an immunity from them being used constantly within their past.
Noted.
Ignore me. Thing was very much annoying me. Now that we do not fully know how long a doppelganger can live for. As far as reporting go to, the longest recording one was about 200 years, but we do not know if that's the oldest one they found. As for how many and where they are, we have absolutely no idea. Doppelgangers do not form communities. In fact, it is very common for a doppelganger to have a child, raise it to use its ability, and then immediately leave, as multiple doppelgangers in a single space are more likely to get caught.
Uh-oh.
It is also good to remember that a doppelganger has recessive genes, and a doppelganger having any kind of spouse with any other race will always form a doppelganger, thus naturally always increasing their the population, whether their spouse knows it or not.
So if Gil Winter had a kid, it'd be a doppelganger. Well, it said recessive, so...
We already talked about their disadvantage to fire and their natural tendency, but another good thing to note is doppelgangers naturally have very sensitive skin. unless that clothing
Unless it
has
is.
a very particular material or very specific weaving to it, they cannot wear armor or any other clothes. So yes, unless they have those things, it's very much they are forming the illusion of clothes. Besides that, the most thing we have been skipping over, I news, is what does a doppelganger look like truly? Without the facades, without the shapings. A doppelganger's true form varies very differently depending on the doppelganger. There's no 100%, but the most constant things we can find is they are typically scary, large, have some form of sharp either teeth or claws, and are most definitely will be exhibited as a monster 100% of the time. The Israel ones seem to more have a darker and more nighttime aesthetic to them, while the Mythic ones have a more wildish scary to them. Something you could never imagine seeing being put together with. Even then, it is also why when they started going free, the extermination and quiet down was first alluded to them. It does not also help that a doppelganger will typically be transformed because their true forms have a naturally to go feral to their basic abilities. A true doppelganger's true form is not akin to a wild animal in many regards. Not by their own accord, but most likely a primal instinct from their very abrupt and weird origin.
So from their past, okay.
Besides that, a doppelganger is very good at survival. They are very good at surviving on their own, has basic survival instincts embedded in them like a lot of different animals. And let's see, am I missing anything else? Oh, yes. As I keep alluding to, there potentially are groups that have hunted and tried to find and exterminate the doppelganger quickly and quietly. Now, while there are suggestions that these groups have maybe been tied to different governments, originally, current and modern ones have no association with any governmental body and work completely independently to meet their own ends. They are secreted, they are quiet, and they will never even make you aware of them or what they do until they are certain they know what you are and what you're doing.
What's up, girl? Why? Like,
any questions?
I don't have anything.
Nope. Okay, I don't believe there's any questions then. I will... Let's see. Raise of hand, would you like me to have a 15-minute break before I go to the next lesson about Neptunia, or would you just like me to get away immediately?
Honestly, get away with immediately.
Oh, hey, hand over there.
Didn't you just say a raise of hands for the break?
Did you say raise of hands?
You said
yeah, you're the only hand raised, so...
Two people raise their hands.
Now two raise it.
Yes, well.
That's a 3.
Outside mine.
No, wait.
4. It's the fourth one of it.
4, 5, 6, 7.
I say a good amount. I think a 15-minute break is fine.
Okay, then 15 minutes, I'll start the next lesson.
Before any of you leave, and already I have lost one of the elves, wonderful. But before any of you go for your 15 minutes as a last virtue, at least when it comes to learning about all the different races here in the Vandals, obviously, if you don't happen to make it to one of the lessons, or if there's a specific race that we've already spoken about that you may want to catch up on, you can always seek out myself, or in the case of even, if you want more specific details on at least some of the other some races such as angels or even doppelgangers, you can speak to virtues. And along with that, not only just seeking us out, but you can always go to the library as we have a plethora of books and all sorts of different archived info on at least what has been documented of the different races here within the Vandiles. Aside from that, you're free to go at least take a nice 15 minutes to rest and relax and at least go and enjoy before Virtues enlightens you on the region of Neptunia.
There were a lot of that during the first year. Some good notes.
Yeah. Seems that the incline of the chair
You alright?
sagging down, so that I seem to be a bit stuck.
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second. Let's see if this fixes it. Yeah.
Fair. Give me just a moment to turn this off.
But yes, I think I got a good bit of notes.
What? Did you call me Blitz?
Menace. Fuck. No.
I
Oh. Okay, well now I gotta go back.
Oh, sorry.
Everything okay?
I have a hall pass. Yeah, not a hall pass. I have a permission to go in here. I have a student note.
Okay, I'm just wondering
It's
why.
for allergies, which is not the thing I grabbed. Yeah, I grabbed Band-Aids.
That confused me. They said that they're here for allergies, but they picked up... Okay, well. Arlo's just slightly suspicious. You good?
Yeah, my head's gonna explode if I have to hear anymore, honestly. All I've been doing is kind of studying non-stop, and to be honest, this isn't helping.
I wish I can find the right thing to say for you.
Yeah, but if I'm gonna end up being any type of leader, I'm gonna have to keep studying.
Just take your time. That makes for the both of us.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm not gonna remember all this in my rock-ass head of mine.
That's fine. We have a library. We have time. Don't beat yourself up for it.
I've been in the library so many times. I'm getting angry with it. I'm looking at a book and I want to chalk it halfway across the library.
I say again, take your time. Don't force it. Don't rush it. Just take it at your own pace.
Oh. Yeah, but the world ain't gonna wait for my pace.
Well, the world may not wait, but... What?
Yeah, Josh, is a rough time starting something.
In general.
Yeah. It's more like I'm studying a lot of things, and this is just a lot.
Yeah.
I guess I just got a lot going on in my head.
We're still second years. We still got ways to go.
Question. Do you ever know when you're gonna have to ask her about something? No.
I have not seen her. She bolted.
Who are you looking for?
Gio.
Yeah, she was the first one to get out the classroom.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go for the elf.
You better out just when you see her, you ask her the thing you need to ask her, and not waiting a year and a half, because she's always busy. She's always busy.
She's always busy.
She's always busy.
She's my roommate, and even then, like, it's hard.
Yeah, I train her for usually every morning on weekdays for physical.
I'm gonna run around a bit while we still have time.
There's something I was going to.
I don't want to waste my 10 minutes.
But it would get them to look at seeing what an actual field looked like.
Hello.
It's better they look now than later.
Hello, Arlo.
Hello, Arlo.
We could take a trip there then. I wouldn't mind.
It does sound like a good
So it
idea.
gives them a little bit more of a reality check too.
I think it would also help in case maybe there's some things that the government officials left behind that we could find.
It's a possibility, but seeing how that place was, it would be very low chance of that, but we could give it a try still.
I'd appreciate
I'll
it.
talk with
What's up,
Virtues
Vicky?
and Headmistress and all of them about that then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just so you're aware, Tesla's gonna look for you.
Oh, okay.
Just give you a heads up.
What's up, Reed?
Just wondering.
Wandering about?
Good to see you, Professor.
Give me just a minute.
Good to
I'll
see
be
you as
somebody I
well,
want to
Arlo.
annoy. I'll be back before I annoy you again, Professor. I'll be back.
We still got like 10 minutes.
So you guys the next lesson?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she wants to go to the lands. Okay.
We were given a 15-minute recess.
Sounds alright. There's multiple lesson plans happening.
How are you feeling, by the way, sir?
A lot better. Still on a little bit more men. I extended my little rest at least, just in case to be sure fully.
Of course.
Still not feeling all that well after dying? Hello.
It's not that, it's more of a fear for my own strength now.
Yeah, you should.
With all due respect, you now have that fear? Or you've had this fear?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
More of now. Even I don't know what kind of state I was in when I was dead for a bit. Apparently I was still moving when I was dead, so
Considering it.
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Another fucking lesson.
It's only one more lesson and be over.
Okay, no, here's my thought philosophy. If I want a lesson about Neptune, I'm going to ask someone who lives in Neptune, not Virtues.
Valid.
Or how about you get a book about the history of Neptune too and just read on your own
You think I
leisure time.
haven't read that before?
Fair enough.
Have you read several or just one?
It's got a point.
I've read two, but that's also
you've
just
read
because.
two.
I mean, there's still more you could learn. You might be surprised.
Don't sleep.
Yes, I know. There's a few in our room. Borrow them.
Which ones are they? I might have read them.
You said you read 2.
Yeah, you've only read 2. There's like a full collection in there.
What do you? No, actually, I know why you do. Never mind.
I keep all of my most important books in there, and information on the regions is important.
Yeah, you keep a lot of important things in our room.
Like what?
Like I would say that out loud.
Exactly, I'm testing you.
If it was Arlo, I would maybe say it, but not you, Reed.
Yeah.
Sorry. You weren't here during the first year.
Oh, okay.
The Jesse incident.
Yeah.
What now?
The Jesse incident.
The Jesse incident.
Long story short, someone named Jesse did something incredibly fucking stupid.
They didn't stay around long either.
So you're telling me they fucked around and found out?
Essentially, yes.
To the point
Something
where
that
I
half the
got
students like to
visibly
do for some reason.
I know, which is a rarity for you.
I know one student that does it all the time.
Nah, there's a lot of students that do it even now.
Three.
Yeah,
Well, now two, I guess,
changed
but
my
three
expression,
used
so
to
you
be.
know it's bad when I look visibly angry.
Shame you
remember?
remember? Change your expression.
Yeah.
Let's see there. Onyx.
Yep.
Xander.
Yep.
You want me
What's
to
the
add
third one?
a question for you?
Wasn't that
Maybe another time.
the third one? I'm trying to remember off the top. They didn't do too often, but it was someone. I don't remember. Probably not important.
If you forgot, it wasn't important.
Nope.
Nope.
Until we say that about, like, the cult or something. But...
I'll gladly punch another hole through a cult member.
Ah, that was funny.
I still need to stab a cultist with the knife they gave me.
I better say, you still have that knife, yeah.
They gave you a
Yes.
knife?
You could say that.
When I say gave, yeah,
Stole
gave
it.
is a technical term. They stabbed
They
me with
put it in him.
Oh, so
And didn't pull it out.
It was a parting
Yeah,
gift.
you pulled it out for me.
Yes.
Are you gonna give it
Yeah, I
back to him
kept
at some point?
Oh, in spades.
I mean, come on, it is really a flex to kill someone with a weapon that nearly killed you.
That weapon have seen a journey.
Definitely.
Yeah, and my
you say
insides.
that. How are they in there?
I don't know. It doesn't talk.
It's not a mimic? Shame.
It's not Rupert's sword.
Or a curse.
It's not a demon inside
Or the
of it.
chest.
I mean, it's a cult dagger, so maybe it could have a demon inside of it for all we know.
As far as
Boy
we're
has
aware,
that
there's no
weaponry,
demon inside of it.
Maybe
Could talk to Cookery about it.
there was a demon inside of it. Is it just shy?
Actually, no, Beol.
Yeah, it's shy.
Beol.
Yeah.
Fuck. We had anti-demon ward in our room. No way it has a demon inside of it.
Oh, right, yeah, we have those in
You have
there.
anti-demon wards? Where the hell do you get those?
We demons kind of aren't allowed in our dorm room because Kyan was possessed by a demon, so we kind of had to have anti-demonic wards in our room.
Fair, okay.
Yeah, our dorm is quite interesting sometimes.
in there?
You know what?
Again, I think
we did try that.
Becomes something we'll put
Wait,
in
do
the
what?
relic room.
Understood.
We tried an exorcism once.
I think we tried. The issue is that would kill Kyan if it actually succeeded, as far as we were aware.
Yeah.
Oh my.
But yeah, I
So
think
Omu
I'm telling you, I
tried,
think
didn't he?
4A might have the longest history out of all the dorm rooms.
We have lore.
I believe it.
You know, if we ever have a demon
I'm
we
so
really don't
proud
like,
of
we
you
should
two.
invite them for tea in our room.
Oh, absolutely. Let's get Omo.
If he ever shows his face.
Yeah, that too.
But Omer might remember.
He probably would.
Maybe.
Because we did have them when Omu was around, and we told him specifically, like, he couldn't come into our dorm room because, well, the war.
Time for class.
There goes the gavel.
I'm not going to that lesson. I refuse.
Okay.
You're not really obligated. I don't think. Did they say it was mandatory?
I know.
No,
I'm not.
sir.
I need to stand. I need to talk.
Attention all students, I'll be giving the final class about Neptunia in about 1 to 2 minutes.
Alright. We got a minute or two. Well.
Yeah?
To let you know, I talked to Stone about it. About a Centurion meeting later today after the classes. To pair basically Centurions up for basically synergy and training.
Oh, okay.
Just letting you know. You're not like informed. Or you're in the know.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go to class, so I'll see you when it's over.
You all know.
Enjoy, Arlo.
I'll try, sir. Hello.
I know you can do it.
You all heading to the class?
What's up?
Hi.
I don't really wanna. My head's hurting.
Okay.
I
You-
might
you-
take a break.
That's fine. I'm gonna head there, so.
What race happened? Which races
Um,
went over?
Blossom Heifers, Slimes, Angels, and Doppelgangers.
Oh.
And, Virtues is gonna talk about Neptunia.
The water place.
Yeah.
That one, Neptunia.
I've been there once.
Swim. So should know more. No swim.
I've been there once. It's definitely something,
Can't swim either, but
I can, but it's good to learn a little bit, but not gonna make you.
I mean, do I need to know how to swim to know about Neptunia? I don't
No.
Yeah,
Not exactly.
so.
Alright, I gotta get there. You. Might as well just get through it because, yeah, Arlo's been there once and the only thing that happened was traps, traps, and traps. Look up below!
I don't believe so, considering he's been in his state since before he died.
So, I mean, I imagine that's where the obsession probably just comes from.
At least before you entered the room.
You should summon more pipes. I'm thinking of making a familiar contact with them. You know, just to make...
Peaches are usually pretty good, if I have to say. But that's a floating familiar.
You inherit him. I don't know if Stagger is not too happy about that, but you know.
Right. That's what I remember.
Oh, you know, stuff and things and stuff.
Okay, attention students, I'll be beginning this lesson shortly, so if you're not in your seat, get your seat.
Yes, sir.
Congrats, you finally get your wish, Menace. I'm proud of you.
Actually, can I borrow you for a minute? I said, you're staying.
Do you need healing?
Do you want him to do superficial damage?
I got the pillow.
Okay. Now, if any of you have been to my Israel class, you already know how this is kind of going to go. If you haven't, welcome. Basically, I shall be going over the country of Neptune. I'll be going over its different areas, its general layout, a little bit of history, its current relationship to other nations, and the very basic if you want to actually explore or do anything in Neptunia. I will try to get this over quickly, and while also giving the most information possible. Anywho, Neptunia is the kingdom of water. It has a vast array of different ports, waters, and basically controls most of the sea area in between Mythin and Pandora, with the Yanshi kind of keeping close to its borders. But anyways, they have by far the mightiest of ship fleets out of the bunch, and also the most wavery laws, as they have not only I wouldn't say a pirate problem, but piracy deeply engraved to their society as a whole. It has nobles, a kingdom, a nobility, but it also has a very rich history with pirates, as the nation was more or less formed with piracy in mind. Now, let's begin.
Here we go.
Neptunia is formed into several different areas and layers. One with where the nobility resides, one where the general commerce resides, and a more harbor intense area and area mostly rich with pirates and piracy, all collectively collected in a little congealment together. Neptunians are very high on trade, as shipwriting and sailing by sea is their way, and most of the trade by sea goes through Neptunia one way or another. If you want to find a ship somewhere, a ship is going somewhere in Neptunia. Now, it's also the water element area. Most of the citizens there have some form of affinity to water, and the water veins sprout into different many islands that make up the entire nation as a whole, as well as different key sections that surround Neptunia, which we will get into. One place very particular for a very good reason. But first, we shall be talking about Hizoria. I might be butchering some of these names, but I will do my best. Hizoria is the porting district of the nation. It is where most of their trade goes about, and is also where a lot of pirates and other riffraff also hang around. It is where their largest port city is, and a collection of goods can be found at the right price. It's also where the capital for the Neptunian Royal Guard stands. Neptunia has a royal family, but also a royal guard that does more than just protect the royal family. It is a coat of arms that tries to protect the entire nation as a whole for one thing or another. Think of a very prestige guard group, very selective member group, and very exceptionally trained. Next, there is Litoa. Now, Litoa is the rich area of the Neptunia. It's where the high nobles and more importantly, though, high merchants live. It's where most of the coin collectors see. It's a very nice area of Neptunia. Think of the upper city of Israel for comparison. But because of that, they like to keep the area clean and don't like others that don't fit the motif wandering that area. Guards are a bit more strict, more higher paid, and you'll notice a lot of them have their own personal guards for their own personal needs that are residing in this area. This is also where they hold a very particular ball, the Haverfrain Ball. What the fuck are these names? That happen once a year. Think of more like the Israel Ball, except that ball happens every couple of years. This one's the annual one, that they very private one. So they show off their wealth, their money, their food, etc., within the area. Next area is Kalberg. Now, Kalberg is not attached to the main island or the main section, but is more the rockier area if you see off to the west side of Mithens, with a bunch of cliff sides area. It's a very rocky, desolate area, which should be very cautious of any ships. It has a very high chance of shipwrecks within the area because of the large waters and zeros. It also has a very high monster area. Thus, the very people who choose to live there are very, how do I put this, very strong to their ways and are a bit stronger than your normal people, but they also don't tend to leave the area very often. Hands. Next is Hyperinus. This is the transportation area of Neptunia. If you want to grab a ship in order to go somewhere, you go here. As I said before, you won't find a ship going anywhere to any of the nations through Neptunia, one way or another. This is also where most influx are coming in. It could be a bit of a tourist spot for most of the area. But besides that, not too much that besides transportation.
Oh.
Okay. Next is the interesting area. Now, at the very north of Neptunia lies a place called the Bermuda. It's the Bermuda. I think I'm gonna fucking make a bad stereotype that something actually happens in real life.
Right here. When a professor has to check their notes.
No, it is just called the Bermuda Triangle. Okay, never mind. Fuck me.
Someone clip that, please.
And there is a area that is completely
Please clip that.
cursed and is the
Fuck me.
birthplace of all sirens, the cursed merfolk of the area. This area is extremely dangerous, and the entire area itself is in fact a curse, and thus has a very lot of contagious curses that go around.
Is that where Arlo went?
Various sirens there are protected of this area, as the entire origin of the area was because of one misforgotten queen that failed in her summer duties and, well, was lost to the seas and thus cursed the area. As the birthplace of most sirens, and we did used to have a siren on campus once upon a time. Did not go here any longer.
The other Xander.
Now, to talk about a little bit more of the cultural, as I did a brief summary before, Neptune is both a high place for merchants, but also a high area for piracy. Not only that, their laws, because of this, can be a bit loose. It's also one of the very few nations that that does nothing to the act of slavery. One cannot talk about this without talking about that thorn aside. As the entire is very rich in piracy, a lot of his laws aren't really abide, and the guard itself is more concerned about keeping the nation safe
What's all about
and the
Gail's
goods
father?
preserved rather than other basic needs. Neptunia was formed out of piracy and the stealing of different nations way time ago. Obviously, they don't do that on a national base currently in the modern day, but pirates still roam the land. And while some of them only have bounties for one thing or another, a lot of groups are intertwined with the actual country as a whole, having very well known as space of residence, holdings, and so on and so forth. Some of the noble band.
If he is, I can't hear him. Sir, we can't hear you.
Think a higher power is called upon the angel.
Maybe something got his voice.
Hello?
We can hear you now, sir.
What was the last thing I heard you heard me say?
Silence.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
Fuck, what was the last thing you said?
Okay, like, tell me you weren't listening without telling me you weren't listening.
I believe we were talking about the last city after the strong city, which was I can't pronounce things for this because it's not my native language.
It was about, like...
You were saying something as well?
I was flailing my hand because she was answering your question.
You were literally speaking about your cultures.
Okay, yeah, cultures, gotcha. Okay, last thing it seems you heard me was slavery. Apologies for that. Right. As I was saying, rewinding a bit, you cannot talk about Neptune without talking about its slavery.
Wake the fuck up, Tech. I'll quiz you later. I will fucking do it.
By the most people, it is
You're
not
gonna fall asleep, I will quiz you, and if you fail, there'll be
The
punishment.
nation itself was formed through piracy. A lot of the laws, currency are
Wake your ass up, boy.
But the guard itself is more concerned about the safekeeping of its individuals and its in the
Clips in the clip
goods.
channel. Thank you, Crow. I'm glad you're on that shit. Usually when I ask for it, it doesn't happen.
The Neptune SO was basically
Oh,
formed
thank
way,
you.
way back through a lot of piracy.
I'll put
through
that
different
in
lands. Granted,
their
they
Discord
don't
later.
do national raids as they do now,
Not
and
like
they're
we
a
all
bit
are
more
paying
civilized,
attention.
especially with their royal court in session and a lot of their merchants coming there. Piracy is still intertwined with the nation as a whole. While many different groups do really have bounties and are the reward for doing heinous crimes, some of them are more intertwined with culture itself. Some have local pugs that they own and rarely go to. Some form their own pirate
Oh,
game
I
that
have
is
to
like
fix
local.
that. I like it, but it needs a little bit more context.
Some merchants, but I think the correct term is vigilantes.
Alright, it's fine. Though.
Pirates are very much of the land. If you're
I'll
not a
I'll watch it
merchant
again when
or
I'm not,
a
currently streaming.
fisherman. And because of that, a lot of laws are loose, and thus the scourge of slavery still exists within Neptunia. Let's see. Right. In between, one other thing to know is in between Mithins and Neptunia has a very area that's both part of Mithins and both part of Neptunia that has been intertwined with the Fey magics of in between. It's a lot more mythical in this part of the sea, and there's a lot where very specific slimes come from as well or form.
Oh, that area there.
Another thing to note. Yes, they get things back on track though by talking about the culture and stuff. Neptunia owns the waves. Well, they don't own the waves specifically, but they own the ships that control a lot of the waves. While some nations have their own fleets, Neptunia's fleet is the greatest and the strongest without a doubt. But not all their fleets or ships are singly owned. While there are some owned by the ruling faction, a lot of the ships or fleets are owned by individuals, merchants, pirates. So fear not the many ships that Neptunia has. Fear if Neptunia ever decides to collectively agree on one thing. Any questions? Is that a hand, or are you just scratching your face?
I was more thinking a little bit. Have there any time been an occasion where Neptunia have, for some odd reasons, collectively decided to set your fleets all together as one? And what's the reason?
I believe in one case they did, although I do not remember what the cause was, as it was like a while ago, a couple of centuries, if not. I believe they were collectively pissed off at one nation for a particular reason. Actually, that does bring a good point. The nation's relationship between other nations. Oh, actually, I'll answer the questions that I have for first. Yes.
It's like kind of related. You said that happened like several centuries ago, right?
Right.
Aren't you like old? Like, were you alive when that happened?
I am 232, so if it was 2 centuries ago, potentially. But I could tell you it wasn't to have to do anything with Pandora, if that's what you're acquiring.
I'm just asking. What is it?
saying at the time when I was 32, the only thing I would be known or concerned about would be Pandora.
I didn't know that. I don't know your wife.
Well, now you know. Congratulations. Good for you.
He's actually young for his age. Really young.
Well, considering we just had the angel lesson not too long ago, you should remember that angels live between 700 and 1,000, so...
That is old.
Anyways...
Your definition of old is weird then.
The relationship between Neptunia and the other nations. Now,
He's old, like, he's 200 something. He's not really old to his
Neptunia
species.
is very good and old relationship with Interia from old
And you're
relationships.
arguing with a professor who could literally just blink and you die.
Interia being in its current state.
You really want to argue with virtues with all
They can only
professors.
do so much.
Of all professors.
Besides that,
Not even
it's a really good
Ironwood.
relationship with
Of all
Yancey
professors. Like,
and
Arlo's afraid of
They're both
Ironwood.
also
But
merchant
virtues...
traffic,
Virtues know shit.
Yancey's and Yusri both
Ironwood
rely
is strong. Virtue's just a living nightmare waiting to happen.
Swimmingly well with Neptunia, as their merchants dearly supply them with well-needed supplies. Besides that, they have a very neutral stance with
I would not be
everyone.
surprised that Virtues would be the second command
Oldest enemy, Phoenix.
of the school.
Besides the whole...
If something happened to the headmistress or
water
she,
and
like
fire
she needs to do
have a
anything,
natural-
I would assume she 100%, with some bias, I hate to say,
each other.
he'd be the one that would run everything.
Phoenix, as I've stated before, tends to rule things with an iron fist, and once in a while has a very conquestal urge
But
to
I guess
attack
first
different
years don't know
nations
what
to
us
expand
second
its
years does.
nation, as it
We've
lacks
seen
a lot of
what
basic
Ironwood could do, or not Ironwood,
materials and such because of
Virtues.
its hellish scape, even though it has the most land out of anyone. Once upon a time, they did try to take a good many resources for Neptune, as they are a...
Don't fuck with Virtues.
Well, high in resources being merchants and...
He's quite
sneaking
young.
things across. Of course, Neptune...
If anything, of 200 out of 700 to 1,000, he's still a fucking, like, young adult.
And the squabble,
Teaching
and the
at
squabbling
school.
between the two lasted
It's like
for many
Arlo.
years.
Arlo's
They're still put out to
121.
this very day.
So, Arlo's an... I wouldn't say he's an old man, but he lived half his life already.
Besides that, let's see. If I remember correctly... Ah, yes. Neptunia current ruler / royal family goes by the name as Sargazo, as their other leader is, I believe, still recovering after some form of attack, although I don't have all the information from that. They're the ruler of the current royal family and thus oversee the royal guards and all state matters. Although I already explained before the interesting balance between the pirates and the merchants between the royal state.
Concern for Gio.
Okay.
Because I don't remember the father's
I
name.
don't know what's going on over there, but whatever you're doing, please don't kill yourself.
Not something you should be threatening towards about past this minute.
Bloody hell. Okay, any questions about Neptunia?
Virtues of all people, you really want to do that?
I'm not gonna touch your head.
Just holding a tiny bowl that says, somebody jump over there? Oh boy, you're good.
Does it make you feel better?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, if you have any more questions about Neptunia, you can always ask me after class. But if... Oh, I do see your hand raised. Yes. God fucking damn it. Okay, I believe that ends this class then. If you have any questions, please ask me afterwards.
question. That's quite sad. He seems really excited to do his job.
Oh, well.
She's always been.
Are you okay?
To some degree, so at least talking may help you.
Yes, I worry, is all.
We'll talk later.
Hi, Mar.
That's why I was.
You've been booked. Enjoy your day.
Where the fuck you been?
Thank you, very cool.
What do you mean where I've been? I've been sitting back there.
You're sitting over there. Yeah.
I'm in the front row. I'm the surest one here.
Yeah, you be here then.
Man, I was sitting next to your rope. I mean, it's
Fuck off.
I'll be right back. I need to say hi to my crustacean from another nation.
What?
Crustacean from another nation? What?
Crustacean from another nation.
Crustacean.
Okay, that makes.
How's this side of the table doing?
It'll be better in time.
I got you a gift from Latoa. I got you a gift from Latoa.
Really?
My services are still welcome if needed.
I'll get it to you later.
Hmm?
I'm just offering my services if they need help.
I'm good at it. Can I say for herself that? I can't answer for her.
I know. It's,
Not her caretaker.
I know. It's the offer. The offer is there.
Get past, please.
Why are you wearing a mask? If I may
I
ask.
can.
Okay.
An old comfort piece from my own childhood.
Okay.
Care for that.
I won't
Oh,
pry.
however, I'm going to go raid the kitchen.
Enjoy.
Oh, speak of the devil.
What?
It's snacks for me.
I was hoping it wouldn't get in the way of the work I've been doing. Nicholas, dude, take it easy, okay?
I've already told her that.
Luckily, it seems
Don't make me do a Valkyrie order.
the lessons have been allowing for that.
Take it easy.
I do understand. I've been trying to rest otherwise. You can pull out a small snow globe with like sand at the bottom and a small little crab. It's something I got in Neptune. I think you'd like it.
If you need me, I'll be out and about.
It's quite pretty. Thank you.
Motherfucker.
He grew tired of it because I will admit, over by the Yonchi ports, it can be a bit hot over there, so I stopped doing it with his hat and then I moved over to the telescope. And eventually I stopped doing that with that because he needs that for, well, at least checking to see if there's anything going on from, at least over on the
You said when you came over.
Alright, all classes are taken care of. It is 9:46. We still have 2.25 hours technically. Actually, we have an hour and a quarter because I think it's 11, 12. I don't know. We still got plenty of time, regardless. Here we go.
Seen a lot of people in the pits, right? They get their ass kicked real quick because they can't adapt and think on the fly. They get knocked out real quick.
It was an accident, Your Honor.
We don't control where we land. You think I wanted to
Hold
land
on,
in Israel?
hold on. If you landed on someone and turned them into a bloody mess, would you end up looking like a slime?
Maybe.
Oh my god.
What the hell did I walk into? Because I want to make a comment. I want to make sure I know what's going on.
Starborn.
We're talking about what happened. What would happen if a starborn landed on someone's head when they fell from the sky?
I would assume they die.
I know, and we're saying
yeah,
the starborn generally take the form of the first person they see. Would he end up looking like a blob, like a slime, if he, bloodied mess?
But we're made of rock, so it would be more like.
Would you remember before you land?
We remember the moment we are beginning to plummet through the atmosphere.
So no, it wouldn't be just all over.
Again, you won't have time to process as you see the house you're about to plummet into.
Well, don't keep in mind, we're encased inside a meteor before we land, so until that breaks open, we're just kind of stuck.
Hmm.
Oh.
I feel like that could be the inspiration for some kind of military unit, but,
Oh my
Look, I'm just saying, they drop from orbit. That's all I'm saying.
What do they fight for?
Orbital drop a starborn trooper?
Yeah, but what do they fight for? What do these starborn fight for?
The right to land on people's heads.
I see.
They fight for Atlantis! They fight for the lost city of Atlantis!
Yeah?
I was gonna ask if you would possibly have time to teach me some hand-to-hand today.
Out of character, my body is dead.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know.
He does also have that meeting after the, lesson in
Yeah.
there, so...
Which is over, so...
Which, oh, shit.
I'm not...
Wow,
Well, I
okay.
was gonna say I'm not trying to force him into it, but...
Well, you're definitely not.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it was that immediate, but alright.
Well, he wants to... He's a good student. He wants to be studious.
I know.
But speaking of which, I should go check on people. Although this has been quite a funny conversation. Maybe one day, if I ever have time, I'm gonna write a book about the starborn lost city of Atlantis.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You care too much, right?
This is where the shenanigans is happening. Wee. What the fuck?
Hi, Papa.
I don't know what's happening.
Your lesson on that didn't go well.
A lot better, yes. I got my work done, I did some family affairs, I did something for Shiori. Yeah, it's an assignment, and I've been feeling a lot better.
Oh, sorry.
Good.
I've also been catching up on cavalry work.
You turning 5?
Good.
You're not all.
Hopefully, also my lesson on races, with the assistance of Virtue as well. Hopefully, it was
It
useful.
lightened me on some things I didn't know about. So it was nice, thank you.
I'm gonna speak
My
with,
girl was
of
taking
course-
notes and being a good girl.
Why are you in armor?
Please tell me not sirens.
You probably already do.
Sirens
Thank
will
you.
come at
Very
some
young
point,
and better
yes,
species,
but
right?
I know, I know.
again, as
I'll be okay. Promise.
regardless, you need to understand it is for the pure fact of everyone needs to be aware of what is out there, because if I miss
Oh, of
even
course,
one
I'm not
race,
disagreeing with you.
then
It was just the, please tell me it's not right away.
As I
That's all.
just discussed earlier,
He's trying to mentally prepare.
we have infinite stamina.
What's up?
I could sit next to you during
This
that
corner
lesson.
is very chaotic. What is going on?
I have no idea.
Menace is freaking out over Europa being old. Just speaking
What's up?
with Gio about
Old and wrinkly.
Oh, yes.
he was hoping that they enjoyed the lesson.
Trying to get away a little bit away from the
Hopefully you
crowd
got
over
something
there.
out of it as well.
Overstimulated.
A little bit.
Understood.
It's always good to familiarize yourself with the races because you never know. You could have...
Last I knew, the Centurions are having a meeting. You could probably go to their room. That way you get away from a lot of noises. Understood.
So because of that, you'll have to...
I mean, yours.
Head up for a little bit.
There you go. Gives you time to wind down. She was overstimulated.
I know.
Yeah, I imagine. I can't imagine why.
I know the next lesson I plan on doing, of course I'll have to speak with the headmistress and all to see when I can do it, but it'll be on demons, giants, elves, and merfolk. That'll be the next one.
Demons. Like all the demons?
Yeah.
Demons could be interesting to learn about.
It is going to be a bit of a lesson covering demons, but luckily enough, I actually do have someone who can at least the help of for that one.
Centurion, go to the common room for the Centurion meeting, please.
Yes, he's a real guy.
If he was 200
We'll speak with you later, Professor.
Of course, I'll attend to whatever it is we do. But again, I'm saving Beastkin for last only because I know that is one of the most extensive and diverse races within. That is going to take a long time.
I imagine with the other different beastkin, like myself or Xander,
Like
otherwise.
Bats, bears, wolves, cats, birds. Even it could be anything. Like a gator, for all you know. Like there's all sorts of different types of beastkin that it is going to take so long to cover.
I'll be honest, I'm more curious of your demon lesson.
It is going to be interesting. I'm mostly going to enlist the assistance of Miss Sayori since she is classified as a yokai, which is a form of so it is enlist assistance from her to at least aid me in teaching that lesson.
Right.
Along with that,
y'all are so busy. We never really
probably enlist the help of Miss Viviana and possibly Miss Viviana, who knows, maybe I might even see if I can get a hold of Miss Ash and see if she wants to stop by and help with a lesson on Merfolk. As for giants, well, I can't, what is it, we don't have really any giants on the staff, but
We have one in the student.
Two in the school. Yes.
We'll be right back.
Technically two was.
But now there's a meeting apparently, so I'm
Who's the other giant?
Also, I've been
for
told by your girlfriend to inform you
Fair.
no training today.
Well, Will and only one and a
She doesn't
half.
want you overworking.
Of Europa, who's a half giant, and Wilhelm,
Especially
who's a
because
full
of your
giant.
frontal star injury.
I see.
If they say no, they say no. It's not worth it.
Other than
It's
that,
not worth it.
I've got quite a selection to pick from for the elves. So, whether it be Rupert, Gio, or even Mr. Reed here.
I would assume you probably have a pick with demons.
Sorry for Mal in that case.
It isn't worth it. It isn't
Yes,
worth it because they'll never
as
let you live it
for
down.
to assist me with that, I'll be listening to Sayori for the yokai aspect. But as for other branches of demons, we don't really have any other of the other branches other than just the only demons we have here are yokais.
Onis, succubus.
Sora,
And once again, well done.
oh yeah, that's right. Well, we'll see if Miss Cora is available, but we'll have to see about that.
Point
Aside
below,
from
out of all
that,
people, I'm giving her
we
the
do
heat.
have Mr. Omu, Miss Sayori, and we do have Cora and
Basically, he said he wanted the spot.
Right.
His girlfriend said he wasn't allowed the spot.
Sayori,
I would
Omu,
say
Aura,
it's not worth pissing her off.
and
Just don't
Cora.
swap with me.
I'll 3 of them are able to at least.
Cora's a
fill in for
succubus,
that.
sir.
Piss off his girlfriend by
Yes.
trying to
I'm
train,
saying in terms of just demons in general.
Oh,
not
I understood.
specifically
I thought you were talking about yokai.
Oh no, yes, but they're the only ones that necessarily fit the bill.
There's so many.
There goes Ratchers.
1, 2, 3. There's 3 people at the school at least who have awakened.
Aside from that, I think the lesson after that one will be Onis, humans, sirens,
I think it's meant to mean there's a lot of
and
white-haired
probably
animals.
beacon. Actually, beacon are an interesting species.
Beacon or beastkin?
Beacon, B-double-E.
Understood.
Like the
I mean, you already have
beacon
so many prosthetics,
are
we can get
an
you, like,
interesting
prosthetic cat
species.
ears.
Actually, they're not actually that common as well. You would think that'd be more common considering the fact that bees are more so akin to a hive, but surprisingly enough, beacon not as common as you would think.
I see.
Wow, it was just.
There's also lessons on that I need to do with things like beacon and gremlins and things like imps, sirens, or all sorts of races that we have not really come across yet here in the Van Isles.
I realized I used my brain. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Who are you? Yes.
I certainly hope that at least, acting as the temporary head for the household has at least been going well. Hopefully not too stressful.
I'm doing my best.
I would assume not, considering the fact that
You're still called
you're not ripping your hair out and hair's not falling off your head, so at least I can see hopefully
Well,
there's no like severe stress or anxiety. Hopefully getting
there is stress, but it comes with trying to learn something. I want to do what I can. If I somehow become the next head of Valkyrie, I wanted to show it and learn, including my mistakes.
Remember never. Just remember, don't let the power get to your head. Remember that always the most important thing about a leader. Yes, most important thing.
Serve the people of your house.
Right.
Precisely.
And that's the part I'm
Always
learning.
remember that.
I actually had a little learning with that last week, and I was corrected.
A good leader will always make sure that they put all of their people's best interests in mind first before themselves. While they themselves act as the representative for the household, they still have to make sure that they are leading. So people will look to you as a form of guidance and a form of basically what it means to be a Valkyrie. So.
Well, I hope I'm doing a good job so far.
I would believe so. It's just a matter of just always remember that. As long as you're able to don't go into like a whole power trip and just make sure that you listen to everyone in your household and understand what your household as a collective is wanting. And that's really all you can do.
I do have one question then.
Do you know what they?
Before you actually get there, what about the other houses or other heads of other houses?
Well, you have to make sure that you trust that at least they know how to handle their houses too.
Because last thing I want to do is step on Winter's toes.
Well, as long as you
generally,
both
I
have
doubt we'd be stepping on each other's toes, but even still, we could sort something out reasonably.
Right.
As long as you're able to conduct a reasonable conversation like an adult, then, or just as a civilized individual, then you're fine. As long as it doesn't resort to just people yelling and pointing at each other, trying to just shirk blame on one another, then you're fine. But again, the most important thing is when it comes to the cavalry house or the centurion house, the vanguard house, you need to understand that the fellow heads of those households, you need to have at least trust that they are doing what they can. At least they're doing the best that they can, and what decisions that they make, that
I do.
They at least have some merit behind it. Now, it I've given this example to Stone before already, as, for example, with me. I have to trust that someone like Virtues is making the right decisions when he makes decisions regarding things such as the school or even how he runs things with the Vanguard household. Do I necessarily agree with his decisions? No. There have been plenty of times where I've wanted to yell and even smack Virtues because I feel like he is just not thinking straight, or that he is doing something just obscenely just stupid. But I don't, because I have to remind myself that it's not my place to run the Vanguard house. I have to worry about my Centurions, and just as he has to worry about his Vanguard. And in regards to his decisions, whether I like it or not, I have to have that innate trust that he knows what he's doing. And if I have to work with Virtues, I work with him regardless. And do I respect Virtues? Yes. Do I like a lot of the decisions he has made in the past? No. He has made plenty of decisions where I probably just didn't agree with it, or that I outright hated it. But at the end of the day, we're both working towards the same goal of making sure that you, along with the rest of your peers, are being given the proper training and teaching that you deserve, and I have to trust that. And if I'm fighting with Virtues on the field, I have to trust that that he has my back just as much as I've got his.
Well, I'll try.
You can both disagree and trust someone.
Well, yes.
Precisely.
And I'll do what I can as representative to take care of the Valkyries.
Yes.
Honestly, Olive,
Virtues-
from what I've seen so far, I'm sure you're gonna do a great job.
Thank you.
Like Virtues, the most important thing is to understand this. It doesn't matter. People could hate your guts in that student council, for all you know. And who knows, they could even be verbal about it if they want to. But no matter what, the only thing you need to stay true to is knowing that you are doing the best that you can, and that you are keeping your Valkyrie household's best intentions in mind. You want to make sure that your house thrives and succeeds, and as long as you are doing that, nothing else matters.
Okay.
The most important thing of a leader is to make sure that they listen to the people. You always put the people first and then yourself, never the other way around.
And of course, it doesn't matter if they're a Valkyrie or not. It's just the people in general, right?
Precisely. And of course, I'm pretty sure that Winter would have this. What in the world?
He just walked out.
He just walked out.
And of course, I'm pretty sure that you. What was it that you, Winter, even Yoel and Hezekiah, that each of you will at least have that inherent trust that if there is, for example, someone who, I don't know, in the Vanguard house voices any concerns to you since you're on the council, that there is that inherent trust that you will at least make sure to inform the proper individual, of course, like Mr. Hezekiah or whoever the student council head is in general. I believe currently, in the meantime, it is Mr. Winter until further notice. But
Is something happened with
I'm not too sure.
Wynn?
Gwyneth currently has to handle matters back home, so she has at least asked us to take some time to head back to her home and handle matters there, but until then...
I was wondering.
We have to, of course, sort through that. But rest assured, nothing bad has happened to Miss Gwyneth. She is perfectly safe, and she's keeping us informed to make sure that, obviously, if there's any assistance she needs from us, then since she is part of our school still, that we help out however we can. But
she is the president, as far as I'm aware.
Yes. Until she is back, then there is going to be at least a temporary one. As to who it is, we are not quite sure yet, but I know it was brought to our attention that possibly Mr. Winter, since, well, Gwyneth was part of the Calvary household, and since Winter was filling in the Calvary spot at the current time, but again, it's up in the air. We'll figure that out as time progresses. For now, the most important thing is that at least who is currently on the student council works together. That is the most important thing.
Yes, sir.
But it's always, leadership is always one part communication and one part trust. Those are the only two things you need. Always make sure that you have that shared trust between you and the people that you're leading, as well as the people that you are working with, the other leaders. And on top of that, as long as you are making sure to voice your concerns, as well as make sure that you don't have to worry about any inherent fear of any of the people you are leading trying to withhold or not voice their fears. Make sure that you have that, they have that comfort with you, that they're at least not afraid to voice their opinion, thinking that it's going to just be ignored or shot down.
I feel like I might have talked to a couple of people now. Kind of gave me that inspiration.
Of course. Again, also, one last thing. If you understand that being a leader is not going to be, you're never going to be a perfect leader. There is no such thing as a perfect leader. You will make mistakes, and there are going to be mess-ups, but so long as you are able to stand back up, hold your head high, and at least understand where the faults were and to learn from them and grow from them, that's the true definition of a good leader.
If I may be bold,
Bad
I
leader is
want to do what I
someone
can to help everyone.
And as long as you are doing everything in your power to do so, then that's all that matters.
Understood.
Just try not to at least blatantly ignore possibly larger issues, or just try not to end up being more of like a dictator.
No,
That's
sir.
the part where you want to be a bit careful. The moment you start ignoring, the moment you ignore the people and you just kind of, well, handle decisions by yourself and only by yourself, that's when people are probably going to try and revolt and, well, try and get you out of position. But I doubt that anyone has to worry about that with you, at least, so.
I would hope not, sir. Have you seen where Mars went, actually?
I'm not too sure.
You went back outside?
You did. Because I didn't see him walk past my vision.
No offense, you don't sound too confident in that.
You know, it's just like, he was there a minute ago. I looked over here looking at you guys, and I looked over there. He's sitting there.
Alright, okay.
Assuming he has to be there.
I'll find him.
If anything,
he lives with me.
If anything, you could also check the library. I know he frequents there a bit every now and then. So
Worst comes to worst, he's my roommate, so I'll find him.
There you go. Alright, in any case, I'm going to look around for and check on a few people. But good having this talk.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for everything.
Of course. Glad to help however I can.
It's really appreciated.
Alright. Yeah, to go to the gardens, because I want to try to prep myself for the potion thing. I wanted to class her and make sure and see what I know Valkyries want to share some personal
Well,
alchemy lesson.
if you want to do an alchemy, we could probably get a hold of Mr. Copperbeard. I know a lot of people are not big fans of him, but he is one of the ones who knows alchemy better than anyone here.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping, unless she's not here, which I don't think he is, unless he's...
I think Mr. Copperbeard might have left.
Do you want to go outside again?
That we can always arrange with the other professors. I'll take care of that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to set up some, get their ingredients ready, because I want to get up the basic 3.
What are you trying to make?
Healing, not the novice ones. It be healing, anti-venom, and mana. Oh no, scratch that.
You're not trying to like make something better than a lesser version of it? You're just trying to for basic?
Yeah. In terms, I don't want to start off making the more advanced type of potions, more than novice.
Well, yeah, no.
Potions people can learn.
Well,
So
us
it
here
would
ones
be-
know less your stamina, but you know we could always have a refresher. And I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll go for it. If
Okay, no,
do you need ingredients from the garden? If so, let me know or
Yeah,
Miss Professor Siori know ahead of time so we can grow it.
I was gonna do this. Gonna do that right now. Actually. Oh, perfect. You're here.
Ah, good timing.
I was hoping to help grow some ingredients for healing and mana potions. I want to have a small lesson with Cavalry next week, and hopefully get Cavalry involved. So like a close personal alchemy lesson.
With your permission.
Sure, I already have the majority of that's growing, so.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I'll make sure some fresh ones are picked up. Or picked.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Pretty much. Well, information is clear. I just had to get talk with Copperbeard when I hopefully sometimes during the week. And then we can do the class.
That is something I wish to mention.
Oh,
If there's a way of Mr. Copperbeard to give a little alchemy lesson. If possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would be okay with that.
Alright.
Did you guys see where Professor Fontaine went?
He said he had to take care of a few things. He did his own thing, disappearing and all that. So, no.
Would you like me to find him real quick?
If you can, I had a couple of questions I needed to talk to him about.
And there she goes. Alright.
Yeah.
Viviana, doesn't have to be here right away, but, actually, two of you, because you raised your hand when we had our meeting about, on-field practices. I'd like to have a talk to you about that, eventually. Doesn't be right away, but soon. Like, within a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can understand, experiences and how we can work together when it comes to non-magical means.
Please keep in mind, I'm not gonna really be on field.
I understand, but at least you have the knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
There's always when we drag people back to main camp so they can work on that though.
Alright, I understand she can't be on field, but, whatever I can help, then, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it should be good for her to know
Fontaine is
bring
currently
her
in
back to field.
Sentry on meeting, but he is aware that you would like to talk to him.
Right, thanks, I forgot. I forgot he was there.
He'll most likely talk to you after the meeting.
I'm gonna wonder about some more, unless you need me for anything else.
Yeah, that's it. I think we're excited to take a walk around, see how else is doing.
Alright. I'm sure a lot of people are in a Centurion meeting. But, I don't know, so I'm gonna check the training area.
It's like fucking motion, I think.
Arlo's making progress in terms of things.
Your heart.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of hearts beating around here.
Yes, but that one faster than others usually.
What, mine?
No.
Oh.
That one.
Why?
You
Yeah, the fox
two
took me
have
away.
heartbeats similar, but theirs faster little.
Are you okay?
No, I just tend to have a more rapid fly speed than you.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Can't hurt to ask.
For example, very small races usually have a lot faster of a heart rate than, say, a very big race with giants.
That makes sense, yeah. And harpies tend to be more active.
I guess we're kind of like similar to hummingbirds that
You
never
also
stop
need
flying.
more blood to actually support your wings and, flying. flying, you're strenuous activity. Even if you do make a lot of mail trips.
I mean,
That bush just appeared out of nowhere.
That's why it's always good to learn both walking and flying for the routes for mailing. I'm just saying.
Well, also if there's, per se, very bad weather in the sky and it's not safe to fly.
True.
That's one of the possibilities.
Out of all the things we're able to circumvent Mother Nature, is not one of them.
That's correct.
That is true.
Something, something, nature's a bitch, something, something.
Nature's a bitch, but don't say that to a nature.
not dog.
No.
Not female.
Not in that sense.
I mean, okay,
It's a phrase.
technically female dogs are part of nature, meaning by definition, Mother Nature's a bitch.
You is nature.
So am I.
I'm not a female dog.
And yet you can turn into
Nature.
one.
I was artificially made. I'm anything but natural.
But you can copy anything natural in the... What?
Oh no.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by that? No. What do you mean by that?
Not no.
Not no.
You don't know?
Natural. Made.
Nature.
Look, if you don't want to explain the situation because there's something deeper to it, then just say that.
Oh, look behind you.
Hi, sis.
Hi, bro. How you doing?
I'm alright. What can I do for you?
Oh,
Just saying hi.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
By the way, was there 2 classes, and that was just 2 classes in one with the rest of virtues and fun things?
Something to you and
Pretty much.
Yes.
Okay, making sure I didn't actually not miss it.
All classes are done.
They had a 15-minute break,
Yeah,
and then
I'm
they
just
went
making
right
sure
back
I
into
didn't
it.
actually.
True.
Yeah, I'm just making sure it was actually the 2 classes, and there wasn't like a second class I was actually missing.
No.
Alright, so
Hello.
what do you mean, like, you don't know about not being from nature?
Well, live in forest. In dark forest. Don't think dark forest. Dark forest, not like this. Nature, that one nature, but that one more.
Your element is nature-based, yes? At least part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm deer.
No, I can't.
Yes, deer, but
I'm deer.
I'm just covering the nature aspect.
Do you have to clean your hooves? I'm genuinely curious. I've always wanted to ask this to a hoof. Huh. Yes.
How often?
Does it feel weird, or like, because I know that
I mean,
some
it's a big
beasts can
toenail.
like
Probably every
hooves, they
day.
have to, like, yeah, like, do you have to like cut it? Does it hurt? If go deep enough, yes.
I was about to say, does it hurt when you cut your nails, Dio?
Well, something I want to ask when it comes to blossom heifers with their horns, because wouldn't that be like sensitive to them? But they have to trim them.
If they shave them, probably not. I mean, especially if they use them for, say, headbutting and sparring, probably not.
Hmm.
Well,
Depends on how their nerve endings develop.
So that's what I was wondering, but I was hoping to see Amelia or, yeah, and neither of them showed up.
If Polly's around, we can ask them.
Yeah, I don't think Polly's around.
Polly's
Well,
not
I said,
gonna be
okay,
here at
if
all.
they better said,
Fair
if
enough.
they show up, we can ask them.
I haven't seen
They
them in
aren't
a
gonna
while.
be here at all for the today,
Alright.
unfortunately.
Okay, well, maybe another time.
They're
Maybe another
cramming the books, literally.
No, it's fair.
No, okay, well, there's always another day. I'll meet them in the library or somewhere. Doesn't need to be right away.
One more soaking.
Gio, have you seen Amaris?
Yeah.
Where? I don't.
Last I saw, he was inside.
Yeah, he was inside.
Inside where?
school.
I just
like,
saw him
inside
enter the
building.
school. I don't know where in the school.
Yeah.
Probably classroom's a good place to check.
Son of a bitch. Alright, I need to talk to him real quick.
Dorm rooms.
Dorm rooms.
I'd say check the dorm rooms first.
I'll check our dorm, but I'll see. I need to talk to him. I'll be right back, maybe.
Like,
Oh,
I mean, like the rooms, like Centurion room. I know they're having a meeting. He might be in there.
the houses.
No, not
Do you still have the elf wine?
Say that again?
Do you still have elf wine?
I'm not aware.
Damn it. Okay. Thank you. I didn't know if you made any new ones. That's why I wanted to ask.
Confused, but we'll go with no.
Liquor.
Oh, I mean, that's easy to make. It's just right if you want me to elf-proof it or not.
Elf proof, yeah. Rather
Okay.
not die.
Of course. I mean, I'm not gonna let you die anyway.
Little one.
Of course.
Have
Expect tonight.
fun.
Woo! Arlo's gotta make fucking elf-proof wine. Alright, you son of a bitch, where are you? Wee. I'll check here. Amaris? Nope. I can't enter here. They're meeting. Can I enter here? Not yet. Shit. Amaris! Where's that bastard? Shit. I can't jump across. Amaris. Viviana. Have you seen Amaris?
Not recently, no.
Alright, thank you.
No problem.
He wouldn't be in there. Wait, hold on. Alphonse and... isn't Chikuno the fucking... like the assistant of Valkyrie? Okay, probably not here. Okay. Dreamweaver does not want anyone to enter. I need to talk to Morris. I want to talk to Mal, but Morris is he's kind of closer too. I'll definitely say the lag is a lot better than last time, even though I'm still having some hiccups here and there, but today is okay. Alright. A lot better than it has been. I haven't crashed yet. Motherfucker. What the fuck? What was that? Is he still in the server? I don't know where he's at. At least he's actually in the Centurion meeting. No, he's still in here. Alright. He wants to ask the trust of his level of how he's doing things. He'll ask Mal, but he trusts Amaris more since they are, both 1 years or second years. Okay, Ironwood's gone. No choice but to wait. Not much I can do. Arlo, turn around. See Gio's boobs. Normally, be like, oh, cool. A pleasant surprise. But however, Arlo does not see that with Gio. They are literally a sibling relationship. He loves her more in the sense of a sister that he never had a family than he has had, like... Because Arlo is still heavily in love with Cora. Though... since Cora's been missing or not showing up for a while, Arlo's feelings are complicated. We don't know how long that means going to be, so... Huh? Hello? Oh, Flock's not now. Hello? It's Arlo. And the Flux is being a bitch. I'm going upstairs. Hello? It's Arlo. I'm here to help if needed. Yes. I heard someone panic and, like, panting. I was wondering if someone was everything okay?
Europa's just experiencing some shock.
Like what?
The mind being blown, something like that. But I don't believe that is too worrying.
I mean,
It's
slightly.
not too certain what room they're in, but they would definitely have gone to their room.
Alright. I appreciate you telling me. They come in like that for a few weeks. So it's kind of is a little concerning. I appreciate again telling me that. Just
Sometimes it does come in handy to be able to see what I want to see.
I mean, if there's any way I can help, then I want to try. Otherwise, I'll just wait.
Free to do what you please.
Understood. Well, guess I'll go back downstairs until otherwise. Again, thank you.
Enjoy yourself.
You as well.
Yeah, don't mention it.
Europa has another mind-blowing thing going on. Oh, never mind. I thought that was the game room. This is the game room. Hello? Alright, no one here. Well, maybe we should talk to the other Valkyries and see and hear their opinions. First, we need to talk to Morris and Mal. Hello. You just sit right there and be good, alright? I'm sure Mama's taking you somewhere. Should be busy. Alright, let's just have it. Oh, I went the wrong path. Fuck. Let's see, virtues. Feeling better?
No, not really.
Anything I can do to help?
No. I appreciate your want to help, so thank you. I just need space and time right now.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Like I said, I just need some time. And I do appreciate it.
You know where to find me.
What's for me?
Is there an easy way?
Arlo's gonna almost one like, really, bitch?
Here behind you guys.
Can't find the bastard.
Can't see it.
I don't see anything.
What's happening?
I see a giant dark barrier behind you.
No, I saw it.
But so there's Archons, and Ironwood decided it'd be a great idea to hold his weapon up against Archons and use Archons as a form of measurement for his weapons.
You're telling that story, alright.
His battle axe is 1 Archon in height.
I thought it was 1.5.
I think that's including his horns.
No, is 1. The windows is 1.5.
Oh, okay.
Now all we need is you to scale.
Professor Sayori real quick.
I haven't seen her anywhere, but more.
Would not be a good option for that.
Yeah. More power to you.
I mean,
Yeah.
anything for the scale would be good.
Oh, there's a lot of voices.
He doesn't show up anymore.
But you're perfect. Anything based off of you would be great.
Also, hold on, I need to do this for malicious intent.
Malicious?
It's gonna happen to you. It's gonna happen to you.
Well, that's just called karma. Or something.
I see what he means by the dark barrier now. Never mind.
Oh yeah, the all-encroaching void. Hello again.
Okay, yeah, I saw that over behind the... not the forge, the garden. And the edge.
I see.
But I wasn't sure if, like, just so we're aware, we could see that, yeah. Hey. It's fine. It's not close to us.
I get skittish with Doc. I'm good.
I know.
Hey,
I'm fine. I just saw it.
I can shield you from anything dark magic related, and you shield me from anything light.
If I may be bold, Winter, aren't you also weak to dark?
No,
I'm a dark knight!
Okay, never mind. Hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
You're a dark user.
Okay, let's drop it. Let me... Where's professors? That is not my... That's my Discord.
Hey, Arlo?
Hi.
Are you also seeing this giant mist down below, by the way?
Yes, I was actually about to inform the professors.
Okay, and then I just saw Professor Virtues on it.
Is he around?
He just walked by the place and then disappeared.
Alright, I'll let them know otherwise, if I can. I don't think I can. Hi, Clink. This is Link. Arlo would be letting Virtues know there's a black mist within the training area.
Yeah, I saw. I think someone's affected their mouse going.
So is it fourth dimensionally or?
I'm pretty sure it's from our.
Okay. Well,
I think it's from her Wendigo character. I think that's her effect. I could be mistaken.
okay. Well, cause several players are also seeing this, so I'm just gonna go that Arlo is reporting this as Valkyrie saying there's dark mist there. So yeah.
For now, just ignore it till we can figure it out, because it's not like something we're doing.
All right, understood. Thank you. We.
I mean,
Yeah.
technically not incorrect, but also not correct at the same
time.
I will punt you.
Would you walk around a little bit more?
Just for those, I'm going to speak out of character. Those who can see the dark barrier, it's not there until DMs and otherwise figure it out.
No, that's her.
It is there.
No, that is her.
That is there? Okay, I just talked to Kling. That's why I was at. That's okay.
That's her.
Okay, understood. Yeah. Okay.
By that logic, Cerise, that means any organic race is, similar to any other organic race, simply by being made out of the base material components.
It will not be that easy.
Congratulations, you tried.
Remember, I needed to talk to you?
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I'm stealing you away.
Oh, okay, this is happening now.
I mean, look, you and I have both been hunted because of where we are.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Much
Again, I said before, mood kindred.
since big.
You have a lot of energy?
Oh, they're running from the pipes.
The pipes are called.
Magic. Keep up.
Okay. Alright, I informed Virtues, but...
Gone now?
You good?
It's mine.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Well, now I know. I think he told me otherwise, but... I don't think people should be around that if they're weak to darkness.
Oh, I found them! They were over there!
That's why I ran over there to practice.
Okay.
Away from people weak dark.
I understand.
There's no one around.
I understand. Just, see it out of nowhere. Had to be concerned.
Well, ran over to put, then came back.
Fair. Okay. I didn't see you put it there, but I just saw darkness and wanted to investigate, but alright, now I know. Alright, cool. No harm.
Ask if mine in case. One earlier was not mine.
Alright. As long as you're okay.
Tired.
You and me both. If you're that tired, I would recommend sleep. Though I should take my own advice, honestly. Alright. I won't bother you then.
Need push. Otherwise, bad.
Push of what?
Limit of how long up. If get limit and sleep, but in battle is bad.
Remind me, what house are you in?
Case. Vanguard.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm sure Virtues already knows then. Alright.
Knows.
Understood.
Oh, it's up again.
Alright, so that wasn't like a fourth dimensional thing, but Arlo still, I mean, he kind of just said ignore it, so. Arlo's gonna go higher. There are 4+ by the dragon. Who's talking with Viviana? Oh, Da Vinci, okay. Wee! Amaris, do you have a second?
Yes. What is it?
Kind of a semi-personal question, if you don't mind.
Man, I've been receiving a few of those today. What is it?
Do you trust me?
Do I trust you?
Yes.
Like in general?
Well, in general and as a Valkyrie, especially as a representative. So overall, I guess.
I trust you to do what you believe is right. And so I do trust you with... I also trust you with more information than I trust most people. I mean, after all, we had a conversation about a topic that you didn't really understand well.
I feel like there's a however,
No.
though. Yeah, there it is.
Yes. Though, I think as you'll have heard from probably many people, you can be a bit timid.
Okay.
And you can also falter when it comes to certain individuals.
Like whom?
Gio, Cora.
I see your
I'm
point.
painting a picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how do you think I can do to improve that?
I believe you have a good heart. The only thing you need to do is temper it with reason and logic, but also have confidence in what you think is the right path. Essentially, more assertiveness.
I appreciate you being honest with me.
If people ask me to be honest with them, I will.
I expect nothing but honesty from you, honestly. So, continue being honest.
Telling people what they want to hear is also something I've been trained to do, but I've also been told that the truth is often the best.
That's what I was told to do, and honestly, regardless if I make a mistake or if it's really bad, I want you to be straightforward with me. I can't, as a representative, maybe a head, I can't improve. And I want to do best for you and everyone else. So if there's a way, please, help me with that. I'm not perfect, but...
No, none of us are. If we were perfect, we wouldn't have to go to this school.
True.
I could possibly help you, but ultimately I'd say that you should probably teach yourself confidence.
Working on it.
It's not exactly something you learn from someone else.
No. Like I said,
It certainly helps.
I'm better than I was, but I know I still have room for improvement.
Yes. As do I.
I think we all do.
Hello, Gummy.
Hi, Gummy. I was looking for you earlier. Were you by chance at the Centurion meeting?
No, I mean, I figured it wasn't necessary for me to go there.
Someone told me you were, so I looked everywhere. Well, almost everywhere.
Who told you that?
Gio? Winter? One of those two?
No, I was not at the Centurion meeting. Actually, I haven't talked to those two since lessons, so...
Oh, okay.
I went into the library for a while.
I checked there too and didn't see you.
Well, then I had to go deal with something personal. So
I see.
then I
Okay.
came back.
I understand. Well, you were the first person I talked to about this. The next person I wanted to talk to was Mal.
Hey, I think you have the good foundations if a leader is what is required of you.
I appreciate that.
Having the knowledge to do what's right is, in my personal opinion, the most important thing any leader should have here.
Well,
Though I think quite a few of our leaders that have been determined don't have that.
yeah, but there's not much we can do on that part, though.
No.
No, at least not yet.
It's just up to the professors if they stay as leaders is the question.
True.
Anyway,
But, alright.
I won't stop you on finding Mal.
Yeah, sorry to bug you. Again, appreciate your honesty.
Of course. Yep, I was going that direction anyway.
This is why Arlo respects Amaris. He wanted to hear his... Because he won't lie to him. He won't tell him bullshit. He trusts him, but, like, he also says, like, you know, you need to work on this and this. Arlo needs to work on his, you know, needs to keep a neutral mind when, especially when it comes to people you care about, like Cora or Gio. You know, those two bring up, Arlo can't freak the fuck out. He has to relax and be like, all right, what can we do about this? Arlo has definitely gained more confidence. He still needs room for improvement. But at least the way it looks like, Arlo is in the right path. What's going on here?
Spirit taking a bunch of the bags and tossing them
Training?
in. Yeah, Spirit grabbing a bunch of bags and tossing them around.
Alright, well.
They flew up and away.
Hopefully she's taking it easy, but I won't pry.
It's gone.
Am I needed, Professor Sorori?
You are not.
Understood.
But it would stop for now, since not here.
This is true.
I will carry on then. Arlo definitely, like, since last week, Arlo half-assed. There's just... Why are you in armor?
I'm gonna spar someone.
Who?
Wilhelm. Yes, I know. He wants to spar, and I know he has his medical issue, but it's gonna be light. No magic.
Do you
Only
need...
weapons.
Do you have a ref or anything?
Not currently. I was gonna see if there's anyone there, so if you want. It would also be nice for medical reasons, just in case.
I'll stay around, yeah. I don't know I can ref, but I can at least stand behind if needed.
Oh, aren't you, head of Valkyrie right now? So technically you can ref.
Technically, no. I'm a representative Valkyrie. Not a head yet.
Okay. Okay, apologies then.
No, you're fine. I wish I was.
Actually, I had an offer to you if you
Fair.
hear me out.
Alright.
Hmm?
No, they're
Oh,
speaking to someone else.
Who are you talking to? It's not
No,
going.
you're fine.
Shoulder moth.
We just happened to come up. Yes.
Careful.
Almost got hit by that one.
Also, apparently, this Cerise said there's a spirit in the training grounds right now.
Yeah. Kakiri's taking care of that, I believe, or at least training. Over there.
Okay. Oh, that's why Winter and James were looking for her. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, James is over there. So they're in good hands.
What's happening?
There's the spirit that they mentioned. Kukuri's exercising it, I'm assuming.
Oh, do you know the school's haunted?
That's true.
Which one do you want to do? Square or circle arena, since we're not using magic?
Anywhere.
Do you have a preference?
We'll do the circle.
Nope, not really.
Alright.
As long as this one doesn't turn on, we're okay.
Obviously.
Well, I can't do that. I'm just the healer.
Automatically turn on.
It better not turn on. I'll be very upset.
No.
Do you have vertigo?
I have a fear of heights.
Oh, okay.
Well, it shouldn't turn on unless activated by a professor.
That was terrifying. Yeah, heights suck.
Raising this platform, considering no one would be able to watch the fight.
Oh no, come over here. I learned how to activate this. Can't.
I mean, you got a point.
It's over.
Please don't activate it.
I can't. But more or less, you activate this, and then like over.
Alright, well, I guess I can't really ref, but 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay. I should expect that as much from a giant, half giant.
Half giant using a Claymore 1.5 way style. Ain't Arofa taller or bigger than they are? Yeah, that's kind of the point of a half giant. They're not as big as a normal giant. That's not a Claymore, though. What is that weapon? I can't remember. It's white. Is that a Swyhander?
Step on the
Try not to.
Oh. Fair enough. You know, you're
Trying not
really
to
solid.
stab.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stab either. Do you mind if I try something that I put on this?
Sure. I can handle it.
Put the shield on.
Oh.
It's not that far range. I'll have to practice more with it. It's just a basic enhancement rune. Adds a little more oomph to it. Oh god!
There you go.
Okay, I see. Fuck. Shit,
You okay?
Just getting used to the Force is good practice. I need practice against Force.
Oh god, this thing is so unwieldy.
Actually, better yet, better practice for you.
Unwieldy.
Better practice for me.
He's not. He's not even holding it right. That's why. I'm sorry. He's not like one hand's not even on the hilt. That is like for his size. That is 1.5 size long blade. Oh.
I was more meaningful. I can do this. Things like this.
Yep.
Getting
Oh. I hate to say, but Arlo wouldn't know. But Link, if Link would see that, it's like you're using part of the weapon as that. Use the hilt. The hilt gives you more advantage if you use it. Dance with it. Swing with it. But if you're using the sword, you're just asking to get hurt. Hi, Stone.
They aren't going away. Hey! Back to watching a fight. Fuck.
Hello, y'all.
Hey, Arlo.
Just a light spar.
Yeah, I'm aware. He told me beforehand.
Understood. We didn't have a professor, so I'm just kind of standing here as medical and anything else. They've been pretty light.
I'm student council, so I can keep watch over it.
Understood. I'm no... never mind.
No,
Okay.
go on.
Well, I was holding his weapon wrong, I feel.
Well, it's a Zweihander. It's an awkward weapon to use. It takes practice.
Yeah, you're supposed to have two-handed with it, so...
But one hand's not even on the hilt. The other hand's on the sword itself. Is that normal?
No. It's not the blade he's holding.
Oh, then I might be... Oh, hold on. Everything okay?
I usually have a close grip for someone. This is a little bruise. A bit of medical would be nice. I took a bit of soreness on my arms.
I'm alright.
You're alright, alright, go ahead
You
and
could use the touch up.
put your shield
I
away.
suggest touching up, please.
Yep. Please put your... There you go, thank you. There you go. Small deep breaths.
I didn't get to see much, but it's clear that
Yeah, you should be good.
Time to practice with the Zweihander.
It's...
The focus can still be used, but...
It's why I switched it up on him, because...
I knew it was a Zweihander, but...
If I use a spear, he'd be winning. but
Apparently...
I got close where I can grab his weapon when he hit me with the...
Apparently he wasn't grabbing his weapon, but in my eyes he was grabbing the part of his weapon, like above the hilt. Which then, like... Oh, like the weapons... I'm not even saying I'm a weapons expert, but someone who knows how to use a sword, at least somewhat, he wasn't holding it right. Because if he was holding the sword the way I saw it, he would hurt his other hand more than anything. It's like a katana. I mean, it's not a katana, but you need to have that second arm for elevation, strength, swing, speed, precision. But again, with the Zweihander, I'm not entirely sure.
Rest for a little bit. My face hurts from your punches.
Apologies.
You're fine. I mean, it was a good match. You should... I can't wait to see you when you use the helmet. That would suck. Don't do that. Prez,
That would
that's me.
suck for both of us.
I have a new attack I haven't used on anyone yet, though.
Alright, Prez, I'm curious now. What is your attack?
I'm gonna move over here to do it.
I'm curious. Go ahead.
Oh boy.
Show me, Prez. Oh dear lord.
Yeah, stand behind.
Oh.
Prez, you're supposed to be a wall. You're not supposed to be annihilating the other people.
No, he's an all-rounder.
I'm an all-rounder.
He can choose. He can choose.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a distance.
I haven't gone... Oh, it can go further.
I did forge this incorrectly.
Hold on. I don't even know if I can reach from here with my bow or crossbow.
You'll see the forge weld is
No, wait, go higher.
not solidified.
I could, but I have to try.
Yeah. I'm gonna go take a little...
But then again, we're talking magic through a simple bolt.
Of course.
Yeah.
And again, I practiced over last year. In case of those bastards do something.
Due to me wearing heavy armor and such, if there's a way to, with ice, to mitigate electricity. Or no?
Well, ice
A way to, like,
itself is
more or less-
conductive, so it would go straight through.
Mm-hmm.
I was more making like pockets, I guess. To where you leave
It definitely
gaps.
gives... It definitely give the lightning somewhere else to go, but in the end it will still go through your armor.
If you have something rubber.
Yeah.
I could add more leather padding to my armor.
That sounds like a good idea if you want to avoid lightning strikes.
At least negate
Well,
it a little bit.
Because of the units, I want to mitigate for they don't fuck me up, if you will.
I mean, lightning hurts, and that's something from Israel taught me. Ow.
Yeah, just to mitigate it at least somewhat.
Right. Hi, Miss Reese.
No, there goes the pipes again.
Okay, so I'm not the only one who's seen that.
It's not gone.
No, they
Wild magic.
Oh.
Wild magic on a rune, and now they have pipes falling on them.
Okay, well, all you had to tell was wild magic. I'm from Mython, so that makes more sense.
Sorry.
I've seen enough wild magic there. Oh.
Tiring day?
Not exactly. Just a lot on my mind.
Sorry. I don't know.
Fair.
I might return. I'm gonna see what everyone else is doing after I change, so if I don't see you, have a good rest of your night.
I'll check inside.
I might go look for Winter, because I know he wanted to see my new attack, because I mentioned it to him earlier.
Have you seen Mal recently?
I think he's having a conversation in one of the common rooms.
I won't bug him then.
Yes.
I need to ask an opinion, but actually, since you're both here, I'll just be open with it. As being representative of Valkyrie, I'm trying my best overall to help others as well as improve Valkyrie. So I guess the question I want to ask, as I ask someone else, like, a very vague and probably dumb question: do you trust me?
I do.
I know I'm not perfect. I have my flaws.
Life at risk to help us.
Say again, Miss Erie? I didn't hear you.
I would say yes. I trust you.
You would say yes? Okay. I know you haven't been around last year. And even with Professor Arlo, he'd only seen so much, but... I know I'm probably one of the most improved Valkyrie, but I don't want to try to toot my horn. I just want to help, and this leadership thing is not something I'm used to, but I want to help everyone. I want to make sure I can provide what I can with us Valkyries to your Centurion, their cavalry, their vanguard. So, I guess my point I want to ask again, what can I improve on? And you can be honest with me. I'd rather
One
learn.
thing that I believe that was lacking when David was in your position was communication between the Valkyries.
Okay.
I believe that would be a good start, having all of the Valkyries communicating.
It's a small start, but I can... Alright. And... your opinion, ma'am? I'd like to hear it.
Let's see. I mean, Beal does have a point. David was very communicative with everyone, but fellow Valkyrie.
With the way David did it, he'd tell you something and then his way or no way.
Which is the one trying to avoid the dictatorship. I had a talk with Professor Fontaine, and... well, he's kind of the inspiration why I'm asking these questions, because... well, obviously I don't want to be David. I wanted to improve.
What you need to do is talk to the Valkyries and discuss. Don't dictate, discuss. Figure out ideas.
Of course. I learned that with cavalry. I accidentally was kind of being pushy, and they told me to stop, and I did. You know, I stepped my ground. I learned my mistake. I'm not perfect, like I said. leadership is new to me, so if I can improve and learn my mistakes, I'm going to try. I want to be the next head of Valkyrie if I can. I'm very interested in this. And I want to show it.
You've already got a promising start, considering.
That's what I've been told.
You're already putting in the effort.
I appreciate that. Well, alright. Another thing that Amaris has told me something that would kind of help too is try to keep neutral things. I know that I'm still... My confidence is better than it was last year. I walked into school stuttering and having the most social awkwardness ever. To where now, like, I could at least try to improve. But the other things that people I care about, Gio, Cora, I don't want my relationship, how I feel about them, inflict when it comes to the field of battle.
Yeah.
He had made a strong point about that. So, alright. No rest for the wicked.
No, not at all.
I mean, if I'm picking up what David can't do, then, well, I'll just do my best.
That's all we can ask of you.
Yes.
Good. I feel bad for David slightly. Only slightly, but it's just because... well, consider being kind, I guess. It's just the type of guy I just want to help everyone. Even those who've done wrong.
He just... Yeah, David just did go about it the right way.
That's a funny thing. I had no personal problems, but of course with you, Winter, and some of the other Valkyries, it's surprising. And then the tournament happened. Heck, I don't even know half the things I've been told. So I'm trying to go around, talk, and see what I can learn, because if no one's going to communicate, then I might as well try.
Well, during the tournament, he encouraged deplorable behavior that Xander was planning, as I've told you.
Yep. If there's something you wish to add, and I'm not trying to force, because you would definitely have higher power than me.
I mean, I wasn't there. I mean, I was there, but I wasn't there.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
I only heard about it from the reports from the other faculty.
That's kind of what I was going with, because I'm sure the other faculty would probably heard from other students or participants of the tournament.
I brought the David comment to the faculty's attention.
See, that's new to me. Xander's fuck up was, well, that was blatant and open. I was there for that.
Well, the thing is, David's mess up was related to Xander's because he was encouraging Xander to do it.
Right, which is not something any student, regardless of their head or not, to encourage.
Exactly.
They're a student of ours, regardless if you like him or not. You should keep that shit out of here. We have to work together.
Hell, at the time, Irenaeus wasn't a student here, which made it a lot worse because he was a representative of Serenity.
And we're a representative of Curiosum. We were told before we even left to be our best behavior because we represent our school. And yet, not only Xander, but David has done very bad moral views that I'm sure even Israel's pissed off about it.
Oh,
I imagine.
most likely.
Well, especially with Xander's comment of, turning Irenaeus into a rat and enslaving him by taking his free will. Israel is anti-slavery.
And wasn't he a slave at one point, like, when I learned?
Yes, Xander himself was a slave.
So that's very confusing. Why would someone who's been through that have someone suffer that? I get it. Not everyone likes Irenaeus. personally have no problem with him. But as we learned through our lesson today, he's prideful. That's just who he is. He's an angel.
Angels are prideful.
He's an angel. I can't fault him for it. So there's really no reason why Xander did what he wanted to do just because he acted petty.
Xander's a strange one.
I don't understand. Like, when it comes down to it, when he's serious, he's great. He's amazing. He's a good student. But when he's serious, it's like 20% of the time, at best. 80% of the time,
At best.
he's fucking around, making comments, saying things, making actions. It's not good. And I was told that he's not allowed to be here until further notice by Ironwood.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, his fate basically lies in Fontaine's hands right now.
He was already suspended and banned once, and this is almost the second time. I wouldn't be surprised he'd be expelled. I don't wish that upon him, but consequences of actions, and this is one heavy consequence of actions.
Yes.
I agree.
What on earth is she carrying?
It's Amaris's little frog child.
Oh, it's his son. Okay.
Yes.
It's the frog.
Oh, excuse me. Did you happen to see her husband?
I did earlier, yes. And now he's gone again.
How do you feel about that, if I may ask?
Like I'm probably gonna stalk him down at some point and then beat the shit out of him.
Understandable. I haven't seen the one I cared about in weeks or months. I don't know what to do.
I mean, he came by to visit, like, regularly, but still, it's the fact that, you know, visiting with the masters and his mother, and, you know, it's different than when we're here.
Fair. I can't say I relate. The relationship thing is, new. Very new to me.
I mean, it's new to me as well.
I see. I mean, you guys are married, so I hope for the best. I know you two care about each other. No, they're married.
Oh, we do.
Which reminds me, like, that kind of gives me a point. I know I might have asked this question, but do I need to call you Mrs. Ironwood?
No, you can just keep calling me Cerise.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, her first name is Cerise, so...
Right, but there's not a professor yet, so that's kind of why I asked. There's just an assistant.
We've all called her her first name this entire time. Why would we stop doing it?
Because she got married.
Exactly.
Winter.
That's not how... Yeah.
You wanted to see my attack earlier, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm here.
And why do you have Amar as a son?
Fucker!
He's with Auntie Gia right now. Bring him back to my titties. You lay here now.
Understood, sis.
What are you gonna call it? Oh, no idea.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm just conjuring my bubblies.
And I don't mean to take this.
Frog nap the frog.
I totally did not.
Miss Cerise, I got new stealth equipment and I fixed up my armor from last time I saw you.
You dyed your hair.
That's good. Yes.
I've always had my hair dyed.
That's true.
It's more darker, though.
It's always been maroon and black.
It seems more darker. Might be the lighting here then.
Yeah.
I'm going back to my spot.
Or I'm just really shitty at paying attention.
Are you trying to attack me?
No. I'm just watching the bubbles.
I'm watching a bubble right now.
I'm dying.
Please don't. I hope you
We're all
know
dying.
that when I'm writing letters or anything of the
Very
sort,
slowly, yes.
I start to fucking auto put a capital B when I write bubbles because of you.
Eat shit.
Do you want me to fuck off?
I'll be right back. I wish Cora was around. Are you okay?
I'm alright.
I hope I'm not interrupting. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
All right. Just checking. I saw you on the ground. I had to make sure.
She's better now.
If you need someone to talk to, I'm around. Just gotta find me.
Alright.
All right. Well, I'll be around then.
Very well then.
Very well. God damn it. Of course, it's the game room. I didn't. Oh, you decided to move over here now, alright. Be good. Alright. I'll feed you later when I come back. Totally forgot your freaking name. I totally forgot their name. Hold on, I gotta find Gio.
Drinking? Do we want to try strawberry together? Or cherry together?
Sure, I think there's a bottle in the kitchen.
Question, Gio.
Yeah.
He's lost in space right now.
Okay, never mind.
No, wait, she...
It was more of the mimic.
Yeah, what about Aqua?
Okay, that's the name. I forgot about it. Have you moved them lately? Or have they just been prancing around?
They move on their own sometimes.
So
they're a mimic. They go where they please.
They go for strolls.
Well,
Yeah,
they were in the middle of the room and now they're
something.
staying on a desk.
Can you grab
They
Aqua,
do what they
please?
please.
Well, what did they eat?
Are you asking me or Arlo?
Surprisingly, it's like a bag of holding. You put weapons in them and they'll just hold on to it till you pull it out. They're not picky.
It's okay, well...
They question.
I
go grab
I
them.
kind of promised it like a
I
treat.
thought you was asking what they eat.
I mean, kinda.
Give it a key.
A what?
Give it a key.
A key?
Just a random key.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that shouldn't be too hard to
I
make.
can't wait till someone starts complaining why they can't enter the dorm room and they lost their keys.
Actually, you know what? Hang on. I got this.
What again?
I'm not gonna use my
Here.
key.
It's the key to
We
what
don't
was
have
mine and
keys.
Sayori's office. Because I'm now moved into Ironwood's office. You can feed them that.
Are you sure I should get rid of this, ma'am?
Either. I mean, okay.
Absolutely.
Arlo?
Okay, well, yes.
Arlo?
I'll
If
take
they
that.
wanted into their room, Ironwood would punch it lightly and it would go flying off the handle.
All right.
So true.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna have.
Yeah, but I'm not sharing the office with Sayori anymore. I'm now sharing the office with
Why am I
Iron.
levitating? Oh, Jesus.
Where are you? Alright,
Go,
well,
go, go, nice and
I'll,
nice.
I'll be right back.
It's something.
What the hell?
It's team building.
Sure.
Can I pass? I gotta feed a mimic.
They were fucking with each other. You can pass.
Okay, cool. Or I was like, I have to feed a mimic. Sorry, this. I'm on the wrong side.
I'm good. I'm alright. Thanks, Ellen.
Hello. Alright, well, I gotta feed a mimic, so excuse me. Alright, you lovable bastard, I got something for you. Got a key. There you go. No biting me. Swear to God. Here you go. Ah! Yes. 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 Not used to being licked. Eh. One of these days I'll get the idea of it. Okay, well.
You abandoned him at the water.
I
didn't abandon him, he wanted to be there.
No, you abandoned him.
Spending time with Auntie Gio. Do you want him back?
No, you could have it.
Aqua
Just
likes the
wanted to know what
key.
you thought here.
I got a lot of affection out of it.
Yeah. Here's your son. Here's your son.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna be
We're
honest, I
keeping
may or
you
may not have just banished and called Winter to our dorm.
Yeah, he was spending time
It was
with
funny.
Auntie Gio.
Why?
I can't believe you.
He's given me permission to do it before.
Yeah.
Alright, I understand. There he is.
Head out, but,
Sorry for. I banish and call
The
you to our
point,
dorm.
man.
I'm
I
sorry.
have
Hi, Professor.
Do you mind if we talk privately for a
Oh
moment?
boy, one of the runes went off.
Oh, sure. Let me get up.
Good or bad thing?
There's something no.
Which
Which
probably
rune and
top.
where?
In the artifact room. Probably doing another talk.
Are they really talking to
No, it's
them?
probably, yes, they're probably talking to the thing again. So.
Okay.
Well, it does prove useful. Sadly, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that thing is going to run out of energy eventually. There's only so much mana that something can just contain for a given point. So.
Do I need to make more
Eventually,
salads?
That thing is. Maybe, unless Mal has already gone to it. I think he brought one over actually. right as I was leaving my office.
Okay, yeah, then he's got him taken care of.
Oh my. All the things. Salad. But then again, that does make sense for considering the fact where that individual is from.
Yeah. It threw me off at first.
I forgot who it was who asked me, but someone had asked at one point when I was going to do a lesson on Beastkin, and I had to tell them that's going to have to be... It's actually what I remember when I told you that Beastkin I'm saving for last because that was going to be the most just
An entire
extensive...
lesson on its own.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. Everything from lions, cats, bears, dogs, wolves, rats...
Rare occasion
Yes,
dragons.
fox, monkeys, dragons,
and bats.
Even things such as like a crocodile, a lizard, a bat. Yes, it's such a long list. It would need.
I
lesson
murdered a
all on its own.
crocodile during the thing. Yeah, I kept some of its teeth.
That's fucked up.
You didn't eat it, I guess?
Holy shit, you're not invisible?
No.
You're actually socializing? Good for you.
Proud of you.
Progress.
Can we not act like it's such like a travesty?
Not a travesty,
No, it's
just a
an
good thing.
achievement. No.
Yeah.
Can't be that
You're
bad.
cheering.
Moving up in the world.
But regardless, it is. That once I finally get to that lesson on Beastkin, that is going to be the only race I cover that day because of how extensive that one is.
That is fair, sir.
So help me, if I hear any of you ask me to name every single type, I am going to just say no, because I'm not going to go through and... No, I'm not
At
going
least
to.
the ones from the school, so we have a basic idea to help one another.
Listen, I had
Yeah,
to do
so,
it for the joke, so...
Yes, because
What
we
did
have
he do?
so many...
I raised my
I was
hand.
talking...
Oh,
Yes, because...
okay.
I was saying, if I hear anyone ask the question of, hey, Fontaine, can you list all of the different types of beastkin when I get to that lesson, then it's going to be a no. No.
Why not? Oh, why not, sir?
Because there's a lot.
Oh, yes, let me go over. Yes. Monkeys, cats, lions, tigers, bears, foxes.
Well, you can do the broad terms. You don't have to go down the specific and say canine, feline.
Yes, but I'm saying there's a lot to cover.
There is.
I mean, still.
Yes, it could be anything from like a lizard, a chameleon.
It's all kinds of us, and then where we're from, elements, all that. There's so much.
A monkey, or it's like I had to explain how things like monkeys are different from gorillas, wolves are different from just a run-of-the-mill dog. A lion is different from a tiger, and it's so many different ones, and that is going to be just one. When I finally get to that, I'm saving that for last, and that's going to be the only one I cover because that's so many.
Understood. You alright,
And then
Gummy?
Once I'm done covering that, once I'm done with that lesson, then I have to cover going back to each of the different races and basically just be like, okay, we're going to revisit, Fane, because now I have to go through all the different types of Fane, and then all the different types of slime and angels.
I did want to ask that when it came to slimes, because I feel like I want to ask something involved with like Leppy.
Leppy is considered a face slime.
Ah, the specialty slime you mentioned.
Yes.
Face slime Face slime, you can easily spot them because they tend to be very bioluminescent, and they have a certain shine and sparkle to them. That's because of all the gemstones in their body.
Exactly.
Of course, that's because they reside from...
Looks like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Precisely. Face slimes are covered in gemstones because while they originate from the sea, they come from the shoreline, just like any other slime would. They happen to actually come over from, more specifically, the shores of Mithens. And over in the seafloors by Mithins, there's a lot of different types of, well, rare and very precious gemstones. And thus, when a slime is made, and well, when a slime is given more just sentience and shows up from the shores of Mithins, well, all of those gemstones from the seafloor that they've collected on the way up out of the water, it just remains in their body. Then there's ones like, for example, tainted slimes and hellish slimes. Best example I can give, Cube. Cube is considered a hellish slime because hellish slimes derive from, they originate from the shores of Phoenix Drop. Though, one thing that is different about Cube is because technically the slime in his body has eventually dissolved them within his body, but hellish slimes tend to actually have bones inside of their body. So, and it's bones because on the shore, deep in the depths of the waters of Phoenix Drop, you'll find that there are remains of old soldiers from wars past.
Right.
So because of that, the hellish slimes tend to come up with skeletal remains in their bodies, and they will either A, shape their body to more fit the skeletal remains, or just keep them there, just kind of stuck in random places wherever they just happen to pick them up.
Then what about Gummy?
Gummy, I believe, is more akin to a face slime as well. Mostly because of at least the sparkle that Gummy does have to them. While, yes, they are not, for example, bioluminescent in terms of like they are not a rainbow of colors, they do still have that sparkle to them. That's because, again, they have those gemstones in them. I'm not too sure if I'm correct, though.
Sugar?
Oh, it's sugar. Oh, a rare case then. A sugar slime then.
Sugar slime. Okay.
Interesting.
I have to look at the medical records then.
I mean, theoretically, any type of sustenance / liquid be
True,
slime.
yes, it could be.
Depending.
Yeah, if it's
true,
a malleable,
just about
like substance.
For sure,
just about any, so long as there is a liquid that can act as a base, then yes, you can technically have a slime that is made even of sugar. Best example is how, even though he has a hellish slime, Cube is more made out of grease.
Right.
Again, slimes, the one commonality when it comes to a slime is that there has to be some sort of liquid to act as a base.
That means theoretically. Oh my god.
What?
Back here. They swap sizes.
Why?
They swap sizes. I don't know why.
But along with
Please don't try to hurt them. You're much bigger than they are.
ML's pretty durable.
Even when they're like this small.
There's also
Yes, ma'am.
some more interesting types of slime where.
Have a good night, Crow. Thank you for your.
There's
Jack!
things
Wake up.
that are more common in Phoenix Rock, like hellish slime, and even actually there's even Neptune slime.
Sorry for the yell.
Surprise, surprise! They come from Neptunium. They're more, however, Neptune slimes tend to originate more in the central parts of Neptunium.
Wait.
And they tend to use their bodies more
Question.
as like a.
Sorry to interrupt. So, you mentioned the slimes are usually common with either Mithins or Yisrael, but there's some even with Neptunia or other places? I know we have... Go ahead.
In the lesson, to be more specific, slimes, as far back as history serves, they originate back in Neptunia. There was, to best put it, near the bottom of the
They were originally
fey
there?
Magic ended up. That is where the first slimes originated from, was Neptunium.
Okay.
Seafloor, basically with combine the seafloor with some fey magic, and you get gelatinous creatures which basically come out from the shores of the water. And that's where you get individuals such as Gummy, or even Leppy, or Cube, where they're able to, what is it, most slimes come from at least some form of a liquid surface. So, however, whatever their body is made of, whether it be things like candy and sugar, or grease, or even just, I don't know, slime like how Leppy is.
That's kind of why I added
there's
slime to the
there-
evaluation for the Valkyries, because I didn't know how in depth you wanted to, so I kind of went with slime since the 3 slimes we have are very different.
Yes. The one thing does remain true, though, is that it is very beneficial to always make sure you have people with at least some form of water-based magic, because, well, for example, Mr. Yasashi, if one of Gummy's arms gets frozen and broken off, then at least Mr. Yasashi can provide water to at least help Gummy to at least be able to reform their arm again. It's always very helpful to keep that on hand.
I'll keep that in mind when it comes to the battlefield. You know that.
I'm a help for slimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going back to what slimes can be made of, isn't theoretically there could be a resin slime?
A resin?
There could be, yes. Have I seen any? No.
What's a resin slime?
Neither have I. I'm just.
Resins
Resin
are,
is
think of it as, well, to best put it, think of it as think of it as like a gelatinous type of substance that is meant to harden at some point. Resins are meant to basically encase
mainly from
things.
trees.
So it's more nature-based?
Think of it like, yes. Think of it like tree sap.
So they're from
tree sap
Mythans.
Tree?
Or
Yes,
Xerin.
it would be a slime. If
Or
there
Xerin.
is a
Xerin
resin
is where
slime,
you most
it
likely
would
find
be
them,
from
yes.
Xerin or Mythans, yes.
Okay.
Things like amber and even sap from a tree.
Welcome back, Emil.
That's typically where you'll find it.
Hi.
So it starts off as a very gelatinous substance, and of course it's very malleable, very viscous, but over time it eventually solidifies
And she's smiling
becomes quite dense and solid.
For him,
Never mind.
yeah.
I hate to ask, but could you possibly help me get into my tank?
Sure, I don't mind.
Have a good night.
Then there are, going back to when I was mentioning Neptune slime. Neptune slimes, obviously, they are a lot more water-based than any
Right.
of the other slimes, because, well, you'll tend to see, again, back to the case of Gummy, more things like sugar and candy-based with their body. Neptune slimes are as mostly made of water as a slime can be. And because of that,
I'm from...
from Mythos.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me too.
Well, when it comes to Neptune slimes, they are very much as close to, well, being made just of water as, you can get.
So-
And on top of that, they tend to use their bodies more as like a living aquarium, so
it'd be pure water?
they tend to... mostly water, basically, if you were to think about it. In terms of how much of the concentration of their body is gelatinous, basically think of it as it's gelatinous enough to the point where it can take the shape of whatever they want, but in terms of what they are mostly made of, it's pretty much just seawater. And because
Okay.
of that, they tend to have all sorts of different sea creatures or even sea plant life that grows inside their body. So it's very common to see, for example, a Neptune slime with things like seaweed inside them, or even coral, or even just fish that swim around. They use their body to act as a home for them. And they're even able to communicate with the fish that are actually inside their bodies, which makes it easier to make sure that at least the fish inside are comfortable. Then there's tainted slimes, which are from the shores of Pandora, or even certain different
what was the term for it? Not forest pawns. That's what it was. From the different pawns over in Pandora as well. Though, just you have salt too. Ah, I see.
All right.
Okay.
When
When it comes to, though, with tainted slimes, just like hellish slimes, the only tainted slimes tend to have, unlike a hellish slime, which they have skeletal remains, tainted slimes tend to have, well, things like, well, as disturbing as it is,
Saltwater
they tend
taffy.
to have
Okay.
remains of tainted slimes tend to have more remains of, well, corpses or fossils inside their bodies when it comes to tainted slimes, because, well, that's quite common in the region of Pandora. You'll find a lot of
My
just
full body
dead
died.
remains
Rip.
and ancient fossils there. Though tainted slimes tend to be very protective of these things that are embedded in their body, so while hellish slimes, the bones could
Hello,
dissolve
Tag.
over time,
Wake the
if
fuck
they-
up,
and
Samurai.
they
Still
won't
got a job to do.
really give really a care in the world. Tainted slimes, they're usually going to be very protective of these items that are inside them, basically hoarding them, and sometimes even collecting more, even if it tends to weigh them down. So, don't be surprised if you see one over there that has just a bunch of just random fossils or just like a skull or something swimming around in them, and they are going to be very protective, make sure you don't take it.
Bad if take.
Yes, they tend to be very protective of their belongings in air quotes. But other than that, there's wind slime, which appear more pastel in color. Very like you'll see a lot of pastel like greens, teals, blues, and even some whites in there because, well, they're made more from sea foam. And then the last one being, for example, moss slime, which you'll find by Zirin, which they more so try
I might
to be
have to go around
very
some more.
respectful, and they have things such as different branches.
But I want to leave with
twigs,
his
all
lecture.
sort of just sticking out of their slime to try and at least be as respectful of nature as possible. Slimes are definitely one of the more
Say again?
adaptive, and certainly out of
Virtues.
all of the races that I've
Haven't
come
seen them.
across in my studies, slimes are definitely, in the most honest way, slimes are absolutely the kindest ones because they tend to be very quick to just try and at least be non-hostile. Although some people can misconstrue it as hostility if people see a slime just changing their form or like mimicking them. They could see it as in a mocking manner, but slimes typically they're just doing so to try and at least basically get along with you. Try to make sure that at least you don't think them they're a threat.
How could you find that a threat? That's impossible.
Excuse me. As much as I love how slime take down on things, are those too busy trying to help out with other things? Oh, okay, they went to school. That's where I was gonna go. Dream Reaver has left. What time is it? 11:52 p.m. my time. Almost midnight. Not much going on there. A recap of the things. Oh. Hello.
You are? That's fine. I'm not sure how.
Gabriel.
I mean, that works a little bit on me, but.
Also,
I don't really sleep.
apparently Professor Giacono
Cute.
taught
What's
people
going
how
on?
to make a certain type that is very refreshing. You've learned how to make it.
I'm one of them. If you want me to
Oh,
make something,
okay.
I can real quick.
Like,
Yeah, it'd be nice.
her or her?
It says metal pipe go boom on Sabriel head.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Cube.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Ah.
Hmm.
Says if it makes you feel any better, I have consumed multiple of those pipes out of vengeance for what they've done to me.
Something I should be caring about?
That is only good because they disappear afterwards.
Huh?
It's worse.
It says I was blackened earlier completely.
Oh.
He's not actually been eating them. They disappear because they were conjured.
So you do it. How do you do with them?
No, they've disappeared because of the magic.
Oh, so he has. Okay, he's eating them, but okay.
But not for long.
Okay, I understand now.
Apparently, like
His-
15 to 20 of them can come out at once.
I thought it was just
I have seen. Wild magic is very random.
Weird.
Have you went to the artifact room?
Not yet. At the moment, there are others speaking with Dreamweaver.
I would suggest if you don't, at least for another couple days. At least a day.
That is the one thing I am still able to do. It is only the muscles that are having a problem. My mana is fine.
That's just as important.
I'm attempting to keep on top of the artifact's recovery.
Do you want me to make extra salads?
It is not necessary at the moment. It looks as if they brought a very large one as an offering. They're in there right now.
A large. Alright, well. I don't want to interfere. Showing up can make things worse. And Cube's asleep.
Do you fall asleep? Don't worry about that. I got it. We should alleviate the pain.
Cube.
I brought them the tea.
He's out.
Yep.
It's also sick from the mill in it.
All the high energy about to finally crash. So, to be honest, I'm surprised it took him this long.
Really funny.
You gotta say that again.
But most probably get him to the clinic, just in case.
That'd be safe.
I'll say that is, I guess since it usually puts people asleep or injures other people that can't sleep, I feel like it would have a more calming effect.
You want me to help?
Those are close.
Hold on. I got him. He just hoists Cube over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well.
Okay, buddy.
Elevator on over here.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna stay asleep?
Dorm room's
I
right
don't
there.
have to wake you up.
I'd let him sleep.
Careful of the mist there.
Here you are, okay.
Is he simply exhausted?
Wouldn't surprise me. He was high at a lot of energy. He probably crashed.
This is true. I think, did they inhale some of your mist?
Wait. Some? He taps his horn really
If that's the case, do I need to be involved?
No,
It's
I think
fine.
your Buzz has it.
My mist
Alright.
doesn't hurt anybody.
I
Hope the tea helps.
understand.
Let me see.
Hi, Emil.
Hi.
Hi, hi.
That's right, I forget your affinity, yes.
Okay. Oh, keep
I have a feeling. Cookery.
Yes.
Info there. Was
I'm
info.
gonna roam around and see if anyone else
Uh,
has any
thank
more.
you.
Okay. else going on our assistance. So
Mm.
hope you enjoy the tea. If anything, if you need more, I'm
Mhm.
or again. Usually I make 2 a day.
Maybe I should talk to Valkyrie. Alright.
Arlo,
Yeah.
Have at it.
I think we should take note as Valkyries that slimes do indeed sleep.
Yeah, they do.
Mm.
I just
How
worry
are they
about
still
how
unconscious?
they push themselves to sleep.
You're doing right. Look.
I'm not sure.
I don't see any harm yet. He had a lot of energy in the beginning, so the way I
No, Cube.
yeah, he's awake.
There he is. He's awake now.
And he's back out.
Why am I?
Huh?
What happened?
I'm not sure yet. He passed out and now he's awakened.
Are you alright?
I don't care. Did you actually speak?
He did wake up, not know where he was, and speak for like a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I want to make sure that was canon. Okay. Okay, we're learning something here. Can you speak again?
Please do not force him to.
I'm not forcing, I'm asking.
He doesn't want to do.
You can tell me. I'm not forcing. If you want to bring it out of his board, you're going to bring it outboard. That's fine.
It says I am hypothetically capable of speech. If that is what you're asking.
Just choose not to. That's fair. I won't force you. Whenever you're ready. I understand. Just, I always give a person a chance. Please do not take it as disrespect.
From what I've seen of other slimes, it appears that sleep is an optional thing that we can choose to do if we want
Good night, ML.
I see. That is not a thing they explained during the. There's nothing they explained during the.
Oh, hi.
Classroom today.
What's going on?
And then aside from that, I've been hit with spells like that before. I just didn't expect it to have that much of an immediate kick in my thinking thing.
I dearly apologize. I thought it would not have an effect on you.
This is more than fine. I'll just. That's
Miss Series, you think I can have a moment with you?
Even like disappear that time. She just walked up.
No, I didn't even disappear.
That's the second time.
What's the third time?
If you have a moment, an observation, but I don't want to be rude, more private. Ish. Yes, ma'am.
I will not bother you for today,
With Mr. Europa, I noticed their clouds or mist has been gradually increasing, and I'm not sure if that's a concern.
Given that I haven't been here long enough to figure out what exactly it is they do, I will have to bring that up to Miss Thyori.
Maybe with the other professors?
Yes, but Sayori was doing that work in the training area with Europa.
Okay.
So they might have more insight into why.
Alright, I just concerned because that mist could be bad if it goes continuously.
Yes.
And we don't need students in the clinic.
No, we do not, no.
As much as I don't mind being busy, I don't like being busy with many of our own. And
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to let you know. Noticed something with past week, but I don't want to assume, you know?
No, I'll have a talk with Miss Sayori about it and any of the other professors.
Understood. That's all I wanted to tell you, at least let you know if anything.
Of course. I'll keep an eye on things when I can.
That's all I want to let you know. That's Oop, sorry. I don't eat meat, so
No, you do not.
No, fruits and sap. Alright, that's all I wanted to tell you about. Short, sweet, to the point, I guess.
Yes.
Alright.
I will keep an eye on things and I will bring up those findings.
Understood. Thank you.
Say you put my mana, which is essentially my spirit, into... What's your element again?
Nature, dark.
Yes. Yes. If you put my mana into your body, I would effectively kill you from the inside out. I'd be dead.
See.
But you would be dying.
Putting spirit in body is not impossible. Is possible.
It's possible. Putting it in a person.
Selective.
Yes, putting it in a person who has.
What did I
the
miss?
same
I guess just
mana
got here.
Possible.
Not too much.
If they put it in
Okay.
the wrong person, that person dies.
Did not help.
This is why I am of the belief that this father of this cult is some sort of construct, being able to carry every type of mana inside them.
That would be the only possible solution. Because even gargoyles can't do that.
No.
The Dreamweaver seemed to believe that the Gorgon's soul was entirely lost to the cycle itself, and that is impossible. Which is why I believe the father has the spirit with her. Or her spirit with him.
If she was not allowed to move on naturally, then most certainly has to have been taken out of it.
It makes sense.
But not lost.
I mean, after all, it makes sense. The whole thing is stealing mana, essentially stealing people's souls.
Indeed.
Some pathetic excuses for equality when everyone's dead.
Yes, we do. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why the food does this.
Restart on a blank planet.
Let me try explain to
Okay, I think we've reached the
but
peak of everything.
still
Like, we
no
can make food
gets.
float.
Get spaces.
What am I
But
learning, like,
once
Miss
things destroy,
floating food?
nowhere to go. Nothing
Hang on,
to start.
Because I would eat these, and then I would throw the
Why,
plants
It is
still
impossible to destroy it entirely in the
everything
first place.
up at
Everything returns to the cycle eventually.
hut that's, if you ever go outside and go look above the training area and you see that house that's up there.
The
yeah, I
mana
used
is
to
the
throw
only thing
bones
that
up there.
remains when all else is destroyed.
Do we have like an anti-eavesdropping policy in school, like an official thing? Like, I know it's like a bad thing to do, but like just like a policy.
I think I went into
like,
your chat.
if I did do that. Not that
I am falling asleep.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't
Okay, I'm
think
gonna
we
not-
do.
not-
Well,
But
hold on.
still, like, yeah, in that form,
I would
but...
never. Yeah, I would. It would be a horrible thing to do to me, so I would never do that. Okay.
I'm gonna do my last rounds. I think I'm gonna go to bed soon. Unless I'm needed, please don't hesitate to contact me. That goes for any one of you.
Thank you, Arlo.
Of course. I'll do my best.
Perhaps I should wait for the others at the moment.
Just please take it easy.
I will be cautious.
Good enough for me. I'll take your word for it. Nope. What are you doing? What are you doing? Kokiri? What are you doing?
I was waiting outside for them, just in case.
They're still inside there?
I believe so. I would assume that the talk would not be so short.
Who is in there?
I believe Aura, Blitz,
Aura,
Lance.
Blitz, and Lance.
and Mal.
Who? Mal?
Yes. Blitz, Lance, and Aura.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I keep you company?
Feel free.
Thank you. What is your backpack, if I may ask? What are you carrying there?
It is my shrine. It is what I use to act as a midway for the mana that I draw, in case it is countering to my own. It makes it less dangerous.
That makes sense in some areas, but I did not know you carry your own shrine with you.
It is not for me in a sense, it is for the spirits. All of us within the Order carry a shrine in order to properly interact,
I see.
given what we do. It is a means of purification. It protects us.
I understand. I hope anyway.
It also allows me to carry the purification implements, different types of herbs and salt with which to purify people and thresholds.
To purify others? Not yourself?
Yes, anyone who is attempting to interact with a spirit should be properly protected. I gave everyone who went in there proper purification, along with the doorway. It makes certain that the energy of the spirits cannot release from the room. It should not be possible given the barriers, but it is good to have extra protections.
It wouldn't hurt. Well, I don't plan on staying here long, but I'll stay as long as I can with you.
I appreciate it, but do not feel the need.
Yeah.
I cannot be certain that they are still in there. It is simply an assumption.
I haven't checked. And it's probably best if I don't. Because I still don't know what Dreamweaver's view of me is. And if it's bad, I'd rather not.
There is not much he can do at the moment.
I figured.
Given that they are attempting to be diplomatic and learn things, it is best to keep him from being drawn in towards his creation emotion.
Let's hope for the best then, if that's the case.
Though I cannot be certain exactly what his is. Generally, when one is stirred in any sort of emotional way, it can draw them into the spiritual frenzy of their creation emotion. So either way, I do not believe that the artifact would allow him to use up any of his mana in attacking anyone.
No.
It will not allow me to glean any bit of him.
He is stuck here.
For
Or at
now.
least there.
Until the artifact script can be removed.
Exactly. But it can always be upgraded and downgraded, so it's hard to say.
I believe I am making at least some progress, but it is very slow. I do not know how much mana that artifact is storing. It seems to be hiding most of it from me.
Sounds about right. It likes to
It
hide.
replenishes.
I'm getting tired, chat.
I do not know if you know, but there is a spirit that apparently appears every so often. It appeared in the training grounds today. It is mischievous, but not malevolent.
Was it the one that...
Throwing some of the bags.
Oh, I can see. During the outside area, there were dark barriers, but I learned that it was Emil doing that. I didn't see anything otherwise.
Yes, there is a small mischievous spirit made of dark mana. I am told it has come around before, but it is not malicious. Though I did have to tell it that throwing the bags may injure someone.
Oh, I might know you're
It then
thinking
put them
of.
back into place. I attempted to clean it at first, assuming that it was one of the spirits that the cult has been sending here.
I don't know.
Now, the fact that they know exactly where to send spirits that they have made themselves is worrisome to an extent. Spirits can go anywhere and find anything. For them, being able to stumble upon this place is not out of the ordinary. But if others have come here and then returned to tell them exactly where it is, that is troublesome.
Very much so.
There is no other way to create something in order to be a tool for you and be able to accurately send it exactly where it needs to go in such a manner otherwise. They may not be able to get here, but they know exactly where to send what can.
Just have to get there one piece at a time.
In a sense, the enemy knows better where this place is than us.
Is that why y'all are trying so hard to find out? Or is there something else?
In my case, yes. It is something I wish to learn, though.
In your case?
The others are looking for solutions to the other generals at the moment. They're looking forward to the more immediate consequences.
I see.
Unfortunately, I do not believe that the Dreamweaver knows at least the father's methods of sending spirits here, specifically.
Not here. What the heck?
Very, very swift.
Okay.
I believe we're done.
Hello, hello, I've made a friend. Joyous days.
Congratulations.
It worked then.
Is everything okay?
Of course. I agreed to give him a window, and I made sure that it'll likely be the same window that we got in 4D, which is just a shitty painting.
A shitty painting.
Fair enough.
Alright.
It's a window for a better view. Monkey Parlor, after all.
Was more information gained for this offering?
Well, we know more about the doppelganger.
yes.
They used lightning. We don't know what their device or artifact is, but we know that they really like their form, and it is more black with more bloodiness to it, claws and teeth. We know that they behave differently depending on what form they use, whether it be seductively, more aggressively and violently going for the mana veins, to more persuasive. Whereas the one in Neptune is a harpy with clipped wings, whose element we don't necessarily know, but we know that it's storm-related, meaning it might be a fusion of wind and something else. Their artifact lets them control the weather, and they have been attacking the boats that are on the shipments, purely because they hate the capitalism that happens in Neptune and the slavery that happens with its economy. So they've been hitting them where it hurts most.
Right.
Thank you for joining.
But we know at least one storm and the other's lightning, though it's specifically yellow lightning. We don't know it's a single, dual, or fusion. But rest assured, at least I can help with that one.
Appreciate it.
And it seems any ruin markings or anything else like that is actually most of the time Archer's doing, for the most part. It's not any of the generals, since they don't, at least the ones in Mythos and Zerans do not know what it's about. And they also seem to try to make prototypes or anything that will actually start raining the world's veins or anything else like that. But they're trying not to go too big because they don't want the entire world to go after them. But they do have the capability of doing such things.
Now trying to get all the mana in one spot concentrated. Though what's interesting is the fact that they have such severe trust issues with one another. The only thing tied together is their father. Meaning it's something easy to exploit later. And though the one in there is dead and is no use, they seem to have a similar sight to the professor with the bird mask and purple skin. Seeing people based on their souls and whatnot. Each person has something special, unique about them, regardless of their element or their artifact, to say the least. So keep in mind some things may not be as they seem, depending on the person. Yes, that is my name. How may I assist you?
And I borrow you.
So maybe
Yes.
something like illusion or
Let
something?
me tell the choose the one request real quick, and then I shall go.
You just might feel.
Yep.
Illusion, magic might interfere with all the other
Hmm.
Who's popular tonight?
About the norm.
Oh, I must go because
At least
I made a
virtues.
promise, virtues.
About the
That
norm.
gracious window you gave us in 4D. The beautiful
one the
scene of the
headmistress's
outside.
children drew. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes. Can you be such a doll for me and do the same thing for our
It
friend
seems
in
as if
need?
they were
You
quite
okay, Aura?
successful tonight.
I did promise him he'd get a good view
Damn.
for assisting us. I didn't say a kind of view, of course, but I did
Better,
say a
at
good
least.
view.
That's good.
Now, if you excuse me, I am needed for
Yeah.
a conversation.
That might piss him off, but fuck it.
I mean, I just said I'd ask for a window. He did give us a lot of information, so decide as you will, Virtues. I can say I tried.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I was going to go, but it seems now is. Oh, where did he go, actually? Who knows? Oh, well, whatever. I was going to talk with Virtues, but I can wait.
You'll be busy.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm going to give them a break considering they all went in.
Thank you.
Of course. Hopefully it was useful to you.
It's useful as a precaution.
I meant the information that you gleaned.
Oh, the information? It's wonderful. I mean, any little bit of information is useful. Trying to be productive, learning what the foe is like and everything. The more information we have, the easier it is to plan around it. Sure, it might be a little bit dated, though. And a bit self. After all, people say that one should not disregard rumors, because rumors might hold a bit of truth. So can dated information be?
Indeed. So just be cautious. If Father can know that we are able to be in contact with him, plans may change simply because of that. The outdated information may be assumed information.
Well, that might be true. And indeed, like, information leak would be unfortunate and problematic. Though, primarily right now it's identifying the individuals behind everything. The father can only change certain things. If he really wants to turn...
Alright, I am falling asleep here. I'm trying everything I can not to.
Well, by the sounds of things, he would have to then restructure the artifacts. He would have to replace all his precious generals. And instantly be a setback. I don't think that kind of setback is on the table for their point of view.
Hopefully not at the moment. And hopefully it remains that way.
And besides, if they do have to do that kind of setback, well, I suppose it technically is still a win for us. Because it's disrupt operations and might actually make them more, how to put it, obvious.
Indeed.
Because
More
if
apt to make
something has
mistakes.
suddenly changed drastically, then congratulations, you made yourself a bigger target.
True.
Indeed.
Might go for a little bit of a flight.
I'm probably gonna head to bed. So if you need me, I'll be around. I'm gonna get some sleep. Take care.
I will be... Yes. I will do what we need to do a bit later, once Professor Virtues has time away from that room, since I know he always wishes to watch.
Yeah, he does. Keep me updated. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Good night, Arlo.
I am literally falling asleep, chat.
Strong against clay or whatnot.
Water.
It would be water.
That it's not a love confession and it's just an innocent wanting to touch your hair.
Yes,
What the hell?
Yeah, very well could just be somebody who not romantically.
Yes, yes you can. Yes, you
Someone just wants to touch your hair.
Very impressive.
Is that what they meant?
Everything okay here?
Could be taken either way.
I had to explain to him that I don't think,
But don't you have a partner, like, promise?
he's learning things,
It says,
and I'm trying to let him learn
search
these
for it was
things.
over. I thought I was finished. My social career is not over yet, Arlo. I'm in the game. I got this. I can make friends still, I think. I can learn things.
You still got this.
He's trying.
He's definitely trying. It's fine.
Says this is difficult now. Why is everything so difficult?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah. I mean, you're also trying to learn things that a lot of us have learned over years.
Fuck.
Alright.
They were supposed to talk to you.
Okay, good.
But I see Europa's having a
panic fit right now. I was making sure it was fine.
You're fine. You're fine.
My entire life.
Europa, squeaking again, Europa.
Europa, I will get the violin.
These are good. We're good.
You broke them.
Nah, they're fine. I can fix them.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to fall down this slope here.
I don't know what it means. This is not something you can hammer out.
Easy.
Anything can be fixed with a hammer, my friend.
No, it
A
can't.
good swing and a good knock.
No. No.
Squeaky hammer.
He's just confident it is innocent.
I heard, yes,
So what
it could be innocent.
Could be innocent.
Can it be? They really
I mean, unless you're about to tell me about the mythical myth that people were trying to spout around that hitting someone with a squeaky hammer will instantly get them back on their feet.
I'm gonna go to bed. I can't.
Oh, wasn't it like clowns that could do that or something?
You have very good opinions, even though you're not legally speaking.
I feel like I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight. Alright. Good night, y'all.